It's all magic, no tricks. Coming with it.
And all right, guys, let's get right to it. And we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump on Air Force Ones and some recent developments that happened overnight. But we're also going to get into Trump's trade deal with Malaysia. So, hey, congratulations to Trump. They're getting that signed in. He's actually over there, I believe, right now, or he may have already left. But, hey, guys, let's get right into it by double tapping that screen. All right, let's go.
Hello, everybody. Have a good trip. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a very long trip, right? Good. What's up?
What are you expecting from your meeting with President Xi, and what is your message to him?
We have a lot of things to discuss, including our farmers. We have a lot of things to discuss. The various trade deals that have been made in the past, and some broken, some not broken, but we've got many, many things. I think it's going to turn out to be a very good meeting.
Do they need to make concessions to get a deal? Are you willing to pause tariffs?
Sure. They have to make concessions. I guess we would too. We're at a 157% tariff for them. I don't think that's sustainable for them, and they want to get that down, and we want certain things from them. I think it'll be very good.
What do you think the odds are you go ahead? What do you think the odds are you go ahead with that 100% tariff on November 1st?
I don't know. I have no odds. I don't want to predict odds. I don't think they would want that. That would not be good for them. And I wouldn't like to see it.
What's your view on what Canada needs to do to get things back on track?
Canada lied. I mean, what they did was terrible. They made up a fake statement by...
Now, as far as, well, let's get into China's escalation of pretty much trying to control their rare earth mineral exports into the United States. And not only that, but try to control other countries' rare earth mineral exports into the United States as a way to limit our supply, thus raising our prices. And that was just their little mastermind plot, what they try to pop off with other countries that they were trying to control their rare earth minerals to the United States.
President Reagan was a big supporter of tariffs when needed. And we need tariffs for national security. And they totally turned it around because they're getting hurt by tariffs and we're gaining by tariffs. They've used tariffs on us when we had different presidents very successfully. And they've taken a lot of money out of our country, and now we're taking it all back. And so they went out and they made a fake commercial. The Reagan Foundation went crazy when they saw it because it was, the opposite. It was the opposite of what Ronald Reagan liked tariffs, and when necessary, he would use tariffs. And it's made us a very rich country. It's also made us, when they were used against us, it was not good for us.
Now, we'll get into the Ronald Reagan ad, but the Ronald Reagan ad didn't denounce tariffs. It pretty much said that it's just not good to use in the long run. And here's the thing. It's not the long run. I mean, we're not even a year in on tariffs, and you guys are talking like, look at this. Look what Ronald Reagan said. I mean, we're still in the short run, guys.
but we've used them very successfully. We have the highest stock market we've ever had. We have great national security. I've settled wars because of tariffs, and a president has the right to use tariffs, especially when it comes to national security. And we need it for national security, even including our own wealth and paying down debt and all of the other things. So, we're in very good shape with that. But they took a commercial saying the exact opposite, Canada. And so I'm very disappointed in Canada. They lied. I mean, it was a fraud what they did.
What can they do to get it back on track, though?
I don't know. I mean, I'm satisfied with the deal we have. We have a deal right now.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I can't trust nothing coming out of China because who also want tariffs to stop? Well, I'm sorry, but Canada. I can't trust no ad coming out of Canada because who also want the tariffs to stop, which is China. China also wants it to stop. And who works together? Well, Canada and China. So both of them want tariffs to stop. So why wouldn't both of them put in an ad to pretty much try to, put shame on Trump for imposing tariff? Go, well, look at your past leader. And you know what I would say? Hey, different economy, different times. And then I also look at Canada and be like, well, how are those tariffs working for you guys? Because you guys have had your dairy tariffs, your agricultural tariffs on for a while now. Import limitations have been on for years at this point. I mean, y'all been doing tariffs in the long run. How's it working out for y'all? It was working out pretty well, wasn't it?
That's very good for us. And any deal that would have been made would have been better for them than the one they have right now. That's why I was surprised they did this. If they did this to try and influence the Supreme Court, and many foreign countries aren't particularly happy, but they took advantage of us for years and years. They took advantage, and presidents shouldn't have allowed that to happen, but they did. So really, I don't think there's much they can do. I just assume leave it the way it is.
Will you meet with
if you leave it the way it is, it's very good for us.
Will you meet with Prime Minister Carney during this trip?
I don't have any intention of it now.
Yeah, because the reason why Canada's kicking and screaming is because Trump's not budging on the cars. And he's like, well, we're going to lose some of our car manufacturing because a lot of our car manufacturers make most of their money in the U.S. Even what was it? It was this TFI International. They low-key had to shame these guys for moving operations to the U.S. Even though the company said that, well, most of our profit is in the U.S. So if we're gonna get tariff for staying here, it's not in our best interest.
Of your meeting with the new Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi.
I hear great things about her. I think she's going to be great. She was a great friend of Mr. Abe, who was a great man, Prime Minister Abe, and a great friend of mine, as you know, and he was just a fantastic person, and he liked her a lot. She liked him a lot. So that's a good sign. But I look forward to meeting her.
She's reportedly planning to bring plans to buy Ford F-150 pickup trucks.
Oh, good. Well, that's good. They're great trucks. Are you saying I have that plan or she has that plan?
She has that plan.
That's great. She has good taste. That's a hot truck.
And she might eventually try to renegotiate the more than.
She might. Look, I'm open to whatever we have a great relationship with Japan, and we're going to have a fantastic relationship with her. So we'll see what happens.
Do you believe that China played a role at all in establishing peace between Cambodia and Thailand in their recent conflict? Did China help in that process?
Well, they weren't involved. No, they weren't involved.
Will you still preside over this?
Malaysia was involved, actually. So Malaysia helped us. One of the reasons I'm going to Malaysia is they were very, very much involved in that, the whole thing, Thailand and all. And I told the leader of Malaysia, who's a very good man, I said, I think I owe you a trip. And that's why we're stopping in Malaysia for that reason. Malaysia was very much involved.
Sir, while in South Korea, do you have any plans to meet with Kim Jong-un at the DMZ?
Well, I would if he would contact. I mean, I was, the last time I met you, and I put it out over the internet that I'm coming to South Korea. If he'd like to meet, I'm open to it, certainly. We had a very, yeah, I'd do it. I mean, if you want to put out the word, I'm open to it. You know, they don't have a lot of telephone service. They have a lot of nuclear weapons, but not a lot of telephone service. So I'm open to it. I had a great relationship with them. And
oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
He probably knows I'm coming, right? But you want to put out the word, I'm open to it.
Do you expect
to touch it all before this trip?
Really, there's not a lot of ways other than the internet. You know, they have very little telephonic service, and but he knows I'm coming, and he would. Yeah, I'd be open to it 100%. I got along very well with Kim Jong-un.
Do you expect to finalize your trade deal with, or your tariff deal with South Korea on this trip? It hasn't been signed
Well,
yet.
it's pretty close to being finalized, I think, and so it could be. If they have it ready, I'm ready.
How about Malaysia and Cambodia? Those trade deals, are you ready?
Yeah, sure. If the papers are ready, we have deals with a lot of people, and they're very good deals. I hope they're very good for everybody.
Do you know if the signing ceremony?
Who you with?
I'm with Politico.
Politico. Wow, that's good.
Do you know if the signing ceremony
Stepping up their game. That's good.
is still going forward? There's a report just as we were leaving.
Which one?
That the Thailand Prime Minister may not attend due to a death in Thailand. Or
Well, there was a change.
Yeah.
There was a death. So I don't know. I really
don't know this.
No, I don't know that.
Managed to find somebody to pay for our troops during the shutdown.
He's a great gentleman. He's a great patriot. He's obviously a very substantial man, and he contributed $130 million toward the military in order to make up any difference. So he wanted to see the military get paid. So did I. And he's a wonderful man, and he doesn't want publicity. He doesn't, he'd prefer, I think, that his name not be mentioned, which is pretty unusual in the world I come from. And in the world of politics, you want your name mentioned. He doesn't. He's a great patriot. He really is. He put up $130 million in order to make sure that's a lot of money, in order to make sure that the military.
Yeah, somebody is donated. Some mystery donor has donated to pretty much put in for the military's pay. And then, of course, Trump is also saying that, well, if the shutdown isn't solved by November, then he'll go ahead and cover WIC. And with with tariff revenue, he should be able to cover that for at least a couple months.
He got paid, and he's a big supporter.
Not a whole year.
is it an American citizen?
It is, yeah. Great American citizen.
Do you want Congress to pass a bill to allow 42 million Americans to continue to get food stamps during the shutdown?
I'm going to let some other people talk. I'll have a comment on that later, but the Democrats are stopping it. All they have to do is agree to let's go, and we're ready. And we voted for it many times. All we need is 5 Democrats. The Republicans vote for it, but we'll see what happens. But really, this is purely Democrat.
And the problem with this is that there's now people threatening to start stealing because of the food stamps. I mean, people's food stamps have been reduced because, they're not working enough hours. Then there's people's food stamps who, I'm going to be quite honest with you, are going to get cut because they're not going to open up the government. Now, here's the problem. Will the government step in? Will Trump step in and try to fund the food stamps to make the Democrats look bad? Shit, I'd advise it. I would highly advise he do so. It would be the best thing he can do. If he can do that for WIC, maybe he can cover 2 months of food stamps for the American people. I mean, with $300 billion, he can do it.
They're doing some really bad things. I think they're lost souls. That is soul. They are lost souls.
After this trip, do you think you'll sit down with Hakeem Jeffries and?
I would. I'd be willing to. I would have now too. I left. I said, come on over, just put the government back. All they have to do is say yes, and it's over. And we start. And then we go into a negotiation. Look, Obamacare has been terrible. We can make it better. I'm all for that. But they're not. And they want to allow many.
I mean, they want to keep pouring money into a failing system, which is Obamacare. I mean, that's the problem. They want to keep throwing money into it while Trump is saying, look, we're not trying to throw the whole thing away, but we just can't keep adding money to it. We do got to make some cuts in certain places, and then we can go ahead and talk about reforms. Not this throwaway health care, but reforms to affordable health care.
Legal people that came into our country illegally from prisons, from mental institutions, from all over the world, they want them to get paid, and that's going to hurt the citizens of our country, and I just can't do it.
So what influence do you want China to exert on Russia to stop
I'd love China to help us out with Russia. We put very big sanctions on Russia. I think those sanctions are going to be, they're very biting, they're very strong, but I'd like to see China help us out. I have a good relationship with, as you know, President Xi, very good. We're going to be meeting. We'll have a good meeting. I'm pretty sure we're going to have
a great meeting, maybe a great meeting. But I think we're going to do some good business. One of the things we'll talk about is the Russia-Ukraine. They're killing 7,000 people a week, soldiers, mostly soldiers, and we'll certainly be talking about that. He'd like to see that end too.
And do you worry that the sanctions are so biting that you might push Putin too far?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. He's saying, well, they won't have that much of an effect. So I don't know. Yeah, that's what he says. I don't think he's right about that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think he'd like to see it over with.
Earlier this week, you said that you don't think that China would make any moves on Taiwan. What gives you that idea?
China would what?
Would make any moves on Taiwan? What makes you think that?
I hope they won't. We'll have to see. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I hope they won't. I think it would be very dangerous for them to do.
It'd be very messy because Taiwan has bolstered their defenses. Because trust me, I mean, they somewhat see it coming. And of course, China, there's all types of Chinese propaganda in Taiwan, pretty much trying to convince these people to, well, bend the knee to China. You guys literally belong to China. You guys should just come on over. Why we got to fight about it, Taiwan? Just throw on your China hat and come on, bro, just be a part of the Communist Party. We can all be one big happy Chinese family. And that's pretty much a propaganda in Taiwan. So yeah, I mean, they're attacking these guys from all angles through propaganda and through military threat. And what Taiwan is doing is, well, bolstering their military defense, as they should.
Are you open to changing U.S. policy on Taiwan?
Well, I don't want to talk about that now. I don't want to create any complexity. The trip is already complex enough.
Is there any reason?
But you know, I think China wants to have 10 great years, and they can. You know, they can, or they can have some bad years, and they don't want that. And we're going to have a very good meeting.
If you don't get it, what will you do for U.S. farmers who are being impacted by the
We're going to
soybeans?
subsidize them, and we'll give them some money because it's not their fault. They've been doing very well. They did very well under me. Even if you look at the ranchers for the first time in years have made some money, but the beef prices are up a little bit, so we'll have to make a determination. But the ranchers are very happy because, you know, for many years they suffered. Now they're making a little money. They're making some money, and that's a good thing. You know, I'm happy about that. So we'll see, but we'll see. Beyond that point, we'll see.
Back in North Korea,
Well, yeah, only because ranchers, you know, now they can sell their beef into foreign markets. Well, really the UK and the EU market.
they say that in order to have talks with the U.S., they have to be recognized as a nuclear power. Is that something you're open to?
Well, I think they are sort of a nuclear power. I mean, I know how many weapons they have. I know everything about them. And I've had a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un. When you say they have to be recognized as a nuclear power, well, they got a lot of nuclear weapons, I'll say that. Okay, go ahead, Liz.
What kind of land targets in Venezuela do you want to strike? And how do you decide which ones to strike?
See, with Venezuela, I can tell you one thing. We stopped all drugs virtually from coming in by sea. And we'll stop all drugs from coming in by land very shortly. You'll see that starting. They're not going to want to do that. They're not going to want to do that. But you're going to see drugs stopping coming into our country, just like we stopped prisoners and drug dealers, drug addicts, we have stopped virtually everybody from coming in, other than people that want to come in legally. You know, we have a lot of people coming in legally, passing tests, going through a process, but we don't have people coming in from prisons and from mental institutions and the drug dealers. We don't have them coming in. We have almost nobody. We really have nobody. If you know, for 5 months in a row, they had zero.
Actually, I have been seeing this trend online where people are pretty much, you know, posting, going through their, what was it? Well, it's the test to get legalized. You know, you watch a couple of videos, you take a test on being a patriot and all that good stuff. And hey, you know, if you pass, you're an American citizen. I'm sorry, but you get your green card and you work towards naturalization. And it's kind of effed up because we kind of disrespect the process of that when we kind of let the illegals come over. And then there's like Americans that's fighting for these people to stay here when there's literally people waiting in a long line who legally want to come here. It's a bit disrespectful to those guys, but hey, man, they don't care.
People come in, and we used to have 1 million and 2 million and 3 million people coming in.
Will Will you meet with Brazil's president on this trip? He's going to the
I believe we're
ASEAN.
meeting, yeah. I believe we met at the United Nations briefly just before I went on, and there was no teleprompter. They didn't allow my teleprompter to work. How about that one? But I gave a good speech anyway. Have a good trip,
Are
everybody.
you open to reducing the tariffs on Brazil?
Yeah, under the right circumstances, sure.
Talk about AI with President Xi.
Well, we're leading AI. We're leading China in AI. We're leading everybody in AI. We're doing very well. We have plants being built all over the country. We're going to have maybe $21 trillion by the time my first year's up. Nobody's ever had them. We've already hit $17 trillion. No country has ever hit numbers like that. That's investment into our country. We have auto factories.
Now, mainly investments or promised investments are mainly in the movement of manufacturing to the United States, guaranteed of purchasing American energy, and then, loan guarantees for Pacific projects guaranteed by the Bank of Japan. So shout out to Japan. All right, guys, let's go ahead and wait.
When you saw General Motors yesterday and Ford, they took a big leap forward because of tariffs, but they took a big leap. They went way up. We're respected again, is really respected as a country, and a lot of that has to do with the tariffs. The tariffs are giving us national security and strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Have a good time. Go to sleep, everybody, right?
And all right, now let's go ahead to where Trump stopped over in Qatar for refueling. You know, he had some of the Qatari leaders on board. So, hey, shout out.
Yes, please.
Well, I'm starting because you're in my country, so I want to welcome you, Mr. President. And as soon as I found out that he's coming to refuel, I said, I'm not going to allow him to take off unless I come and say hello to him. So thank you very much, Mr. President. And it's always good to see you.
Well, the Emir is one of the great rulers of the world, not just the Middle East. He's loved, he's beloved and respected by his country. I don't know what's more important, being beloved or respected. Both. We have a preference because you have both. You're one of the few. And the Prime Minister has been my friend and a friend to the world. And we've done a lot together in the last, especially in the last year. What we've done is incredible. Peace to the Middle East. And they were a very big factor in it. So I just want to thank you. I was thinking, we're landing here, we're going to fuel up, and it's such an honor to have you on the plane. And you don't do this often. I don't think he's ever done this, actually. But it's an honor. We have a great ally. He's a great ally. They are a great ally. And these are two great men.
Yes, they are.
As long as we're together and you have those cameras rolling, I want to just say we express our thanks. And you have a safe Middle East right now. When you get to keep it.
And like I said, I don't like how people be trying to hate on Qatar, talking about, oh, they was housing Hamas, they was housing their leadership. Yes, for diplomatic purposes. They took on that responsibility to house the leadership of Hamas, because then how else were we going to get to a peace deal? If what? We're just going to kill the diplomats, kill the peace negotiators, kill all their leaders? Like, how is that going to work, guys? And then we attacked Qatar for trying to be a peacemaker is wild. And then there was people even trying to defend it by doing what we asked them to do.
That went for a long time. For a very long time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you,
Appreciate
guys.
it. It's a great honor to have them on the plane.
But all right, now let's go ahead and get over to after that meeting. He held another gaggle with the press. Another one.
I only come back to tell you that you were so well behaved. I couldn't believe it. You were so respectful and well behaved. I appreciate it. Okay. He's a great guy, actually. He's a great leader. They helped us a lot. And it was really nice that he came. We were just refueling and he came and said hello. It was very, very nice. Great man, actually. Great gentleman, too.
How did it go?
Great. I mean, we talked about peace. We have peace in the Middle East. That's what we have. Great peace in the Middle East. He thinks it's enduring. He's never seen anything like it. And he's very happy that I got involved. And he helped, and we had a lot of help. We have 59 countries. We have a lot of countries that are signed on. It's just, this should be an enduring peace.
What makes it different?
That everybody agrees. A year ago, it would have been very tough. I think the big thing was when we took out the nuclear power of Iran, when we took out that nuclear capability, which would have happened over the next month to 2 months. That made a whole big difference in the Middle East. It made it possible to do the deal.
Did you talk with them about how the new security arrangement between the U.S. and Qatar will
I
work?
talked to them about it. We actually covered a lot of territory. It's working very well. It's all smooth. The U.S. doesn't have to get much involved. They're able to
I'm
take.
gonna be honest with you, because when Israel attacked Qatar, it made us look really bad because one, they have our air missile defense system, and the fact that it didn't even stop Israel from bombing these guys, I mean, it kind of made us look defenseless when it came to Israel. Like, and here's one other question: did we let our system stand down so Israel can bomb, Doha and Qatar? Like, that is also a question. So it does cause, doubt in our weapons, and honestly, in our weapon sales, or what our air defense system can do. So what are you trying to say? Our air defense system works for everybody but an Israeli jet?
Take care of their very substantial nations, and we have Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar. You have the three, and then you have many behind them, and even with them.
When will the
I mean, if
stabilization?
you look, Turkey's involved. Indonesia's involved, Jordan, Egypt. I mean, it's an amazing group of, and many others aside that are a little further away or not as close to the situation. Everybody's on board. It's pretty amazing.
When was
There's confidence that the ceasefire in Gaza would hold.
It'll hold, yeah. Oh, it's going to hold. Well, if it doesn't hold, if it does hold, that would be Hamas, and Hamas will be not hard to take care of. It will be very quickly. But I hope it holds for Hamas too, because they gave us their word on something, and they said they took out gang members. Well, I hope that's right. But they gave us their word on something, so I think it's going to. And if it doesn't, then they'll have a very, very big problem.
When will the stabilization force be in place, or when do you need it in place?
Pretty quickly.
Weeks,
So far, it's just it's a period of time. I don't want to give you we're doing it right now. They're actually picking leaders right now. You're going to have peace in the Middle East. This is real peace. It's never happened before. 3,000 years it's never happened. And great respect when he came to the airport, came onto the plane. That's never happened either. And he's a highly respected man. Okay, any other questions?
Let me ask you a bit more.
Send peacekeeping troops into Gaza.
Yeah, they'll do it at the time they need them. And by the way, Israel will go in there very easily. You know that, right? So right there you have a country. But you have the Arab countries, or everybody, Muslim, Arab, Israeli, everybody's on board. It's been really an amazing thing. It's a great success. And it's going to be a long-lasting, hopefully everlasting, but long-lasting.
What will Russia have to
I mean, shoot, if we can get over to phase 2, then honestly, we're in the clear. If we can get Hamas to demilitarize, then we're all good. But we do got to solve the problem of the Israeli-backed militant force that, like I said, is either, disgruntled Palestinians or Mossad. And they got to quell that first before Hamas disarms.
for you to reschedule your meeting with Putin?
You have to know that we're going to make a deal. I'm not going to be wasting my time. I've always had a great relationship with Vladimir Putin, but this has been very disappointing. I thought this would have gone long before peace in the Middle East. I mean, we have Azerbaijan and Armenia. That was very tough. In fact, Putin told me on the phone, he said, boy, that was amazing, because everybody tried to get that done and they couldn't. I got it done. You had others that, if you look at India and Pakistan, I could say...
Yeah, Gaza peace deal has been in the works since like Jimmy Carter.
Almost any one of the deals that I've already done, I thought would have been more difficult than Russia and Ukraine, but it didn't work out that way. There's a lot of hatred between the two. Between Zelensky and Putin, there's tremendous hatred.
Will you discuss purchases of Russian oil with Xi Jinping? Are you worried about the Chinese buying Russian oil?
I may be discussing it, but China's, I don't know, you probably saw it today, China's cutting back very substantially on the purchase of Russia oil, and India's cutting back completely, and we've done sanctions. Thank you very much, everybody. By the way, very, very respectful. I appreciate it. That was.
Can you talk about what you hope to walk away from with the meeting with President Xi? Yes. What are you hoping to walk away?
A complete deal. I want our farmers to be taken care of, and he wants things also. We're going to be talking about fentanyl, of course. Fentanyl is killing a lot of people. It comes from China. And we'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about a lot of things. I think we have a really good chance of making a very comprehensive deal.
Have you seen this NBA gambling investigation?
Yeah, terrible.
What do you think about it?
What do I think? I think it's very bad. I think it's terrible. Thank you.
Call with the Japanese Prime Minister?
Very good. She's great, beautiful. We're going to be seeing her very soon. She's very friendly. She was very friendly with Abe, as you know, Prime Minister Abe.
What did you guys talk about with all?
Just look forward to seeing you. I'm going to see her a couple of days. But she was a very, very close ally and friend of Prime Minister Abe. And, you know, he was one of my favorites. He was a great man. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right, now let's go ahead and get into Trump making his deal. Let's see here. Trump participates in signing with the Prime Minister of Cambodia and Thailand. So I believe it's the signing of the peace deal. Let's get right into it.
Deal itself exciting because we did something that a lot of people said couldn't be done, and we saved maybe millions of lives on this one peace deal itself. And I'll tell you what makes me so happy is the two countries we're dealing with, and the third that helped so much. I appreciate so much. Maybe it couldn't have been done without you, but they really like each other. I'm not used to that when I do these deals. Usually there's a lot of hatred. They liked each other, so it made it a little bit easier. But millions of people are alive today because of this peace treaty. So before I begin, I want to extend our deepest condolences to the Prime Minister, Newton, as well as His Majesty, the King of Thailand, and the entire nation on the passing of Her Majesty, Queen Sirikhet, the Queen Mother, and a beautiful, incredible woman who is so respected all over the world, actually respected. I know the people of Thailand will remember her forever as the embodiment of dignity, kindness, and grace. This just happened. But this is a woman who was so loved and respected. Today we honor the memory by bringing the blessing of peace to the nation she dearly loved. She loved this nation like few people love their nations. This is a momentous day for all of the people of Southeast Asia as we sign a historic agreement to end the military conflict between Cambodia and Thailand. And we're so honored to be involved in that. It's so important to me. Two great countries, but they were going at it. I want to congratulate the two courageous leaders, and that's what they are. They were courageous, who are taking this monumental step. Prime Minister Hun Manet and Prime Minister Newton. I also want to thank Prime Minister Anwar of Malaysia. I called him right at the beginning, and I said, you know, you have two countries that are fighting right next to you. We need a third place. We need a sort of a neutral place, right? And he was there, and I said to him, you know, if we get this solved, I'm coming to your country. And I told the truth, didn't I? A lot of times they say that, and that's the last you ever see. But I felt I had an obligation to come because you were so great, and the two men alongside of you are so great. Historic figures now, really historic figures. So I felt it was an obligation I had. I told it to you. That was about a year ago, and all of this has taken place. It's been so beautiful to see. It had started, and there was a lot of killing. And then when we got it stopped very quickly in this case, some we did in 32 years. It took 32 years to get them stopped. They were fighting for a long time. This was very nasty, but it was stopped very quickly before it started. And the two leaders have great respect for each other. But the Prime Minister played a very important role in helping convene the two sides for discussions here in Kuala Lumpur. Earlier this year, an armed clash broke out along the border of these two countries. Really ancient countries by most standards. They've been long time, tremendous cultures, resulting in numerous deaths and thousands and thousands of people displaced from their homes. It was starting because of America's strong commitment to stability and peace in this region and every region where we can do it. My administration immediately began working to prevent the conflict from escalating. I held phone calls with both leaders. I was actually at Turnberry in Scotland when I did this. And we had a lot of phone calls, the three of us and then the four of us. We had a lot of phone calls. It was a beautiful day. I remember how beautiful it was. Turnberg is a great place, but I said, this is much more important than playing around the Gulf. So we sat there all day long making phone calls, and it was amazing the way it came together very quickly. I mean, really very quickly. You caused me very good entertainment. I could have had a lot of fun, but this is much more fun for me than anything having to do with almost anything, because you're saving people and you're saving countries. But ask them to choose the path of prosperity and peace over needless bloodshed and war. At the end of July, after extremely productive discussions, we reached a ceasefire agreement. And now these gentlemen, and they really are gentlemen, high-quality people, both went to college in the United States, and now these gentlemen are about to sign what we're calling the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accords. Good name. Both countries are agreeing to cease all hostilities and work to build good neighborly relationships, which have already started. 18 Cambodian prisoners of war will be released, and under this agreement, observers from ASEAN countries, including Malaysia, will be deployed to make sure that the peace prevails and endures. I have no doubt that it will. We have another situation like that right now in the Middle East, and Gaza. You might have read a little bit about Gaza, and that's another one we're very proud of. But we have a lot of people watching that. A lot of people. I think this is a much different kind of a thing.
Well, yeah, after he speaks here, we're about to get into Marco Rubio and, well, his engagement with the press while he was in Israel.
The two countries are getting along really well. Today, alongside this peace treaty, we also are signing a major trade deal with Cambodia and a very important critical minerals agreement with Thailand. The United States will have a robust commerce and cooperation transactions, lots of them, with both nations as long as they live in peace. And I really feel that when we make deals, we see two countries that we do a lot of business with. We do a lot of business with both of them. We have to use that business to make sure they don't get into wars. But this is going to be a very long peace. So as you know, this is one of 8 wars that my administration has ended in just 8 months. We're averaging one a month. There is only one left, although I heard that Pakistan and Afghanistan have started up, but I'll get that solved very quickly.
Oh, wow.
I know them both, and the Pakistan, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister are great people, and I have no doubt we're going to get that done quickly. That one started up a few days ago. And I just feel it's something I can do. I do it nicely. I don't need to do it, I guess, but if I can take time and save millions of lives, that's really a great thing. I can't think of anything better to do. But the 8 wars that my administration has ended in just 8 months, there's never been anything like that. Never. There never will be either. I can't think of any president that ever solved one war. I don't think anybody. They start wars, they don't solve them. So nothing like this has been done in history, and it's an honor to be involved. On behalf of the United States, I'm proud to help settle this conflict and really develop good friendships, including people that work with each team. Look at these very distinguished people, except for my people. My people are much less distinguished, but they're very good. But look, my people understand the joke. But look at these very distinguished people, and I've gotten to know them. I want to thank Marco Rubio for being here. He was great. You always help. He's born for this job. He really was. He was born for this job. Secretary of State Jameson, thank you very much for all you did on helping too. He's the foremost expert on trade, and we're going to be doing another couple of stops where we'll be talking about no war, just pure trade. We'll be talking to President Xi in a day. We'll be stopping at Japan. We'll be stopping at South Korea, and we'll be doing some other things, but they're more related to trade. But on behalf of the United States, I'm proud to help settle this conflict and forge a future for the region where proud independent nations can prosper and thrive, safety, security, and peace. It's an amazing thing that's happened to the United States because a year and a half ago, we were a dead country. We were actually a dead country, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And when I called you, we were in the process of becoming hot. It's actually quite a while right now, but we were sort of on our way. and we had won the election big in a massive amount. And so I was respected when I called you, and it was a little bit easier. I think it's easier when you respect somebody than if you don't respect somebody. If you don't respect somebody, it never happens. But I won't forget that day because it was one of the first wars that I got involved in, and I love doing it. It's like, I shouldn't say it's a hobby because it's so much more serious than a hobby, but it's something that I'm good at, and it's something I love to do. The United Nations should be doing this, but they don't do it. They don't do it. They turned off my teleprompter when I made a speech. I had to make a speech without a teleprompter. They're good at that. The escalator wasn't working too well. It came to a complete halt. But
Still made a good speech.
I mean, the United Nations has such great potential. I wish they could do it. They didn't get involved with us at all. We just did the deal and reported the deal, and everybody was sort of amazed that we got it done so quickly and so nicely. But now I'd like to ask Prime Minister Anwar to say a few words, and then we'll hear from Prime Minister Hun Manet and Prime Minister Newton. And these are, I just have to say it for a last time, these are incredible men. The way they came together, the way they worked so hard.
All right, and now we're gonna get over to Mark Rubio and his trip to Israel. Secretary of State Mark Rubio holds a press conference in southern Israel. So let's see how this went.
You guys ready? Sure. Well, this is an impressive center with a lot of important work that's happening here. This is a historic mission, by the way. I mean, if you think about it, there's nothing to model this after because this has never happened before. I think we have a lot to be proud of in the first 10 days, 11 days, 12 days of implementation, where we have faced real challenges along the way, including over the weekend, but also an exciting opportunity. So this will be the journey to sort of get through the 21 points of the plan, to get through all the things that we're trying to achieve is not going to be a linear journey. There's going to be ups and downs and twists and turns. But I think we have a lot of reason for healthy optimism about the progress that's being made. One of the reasons why I wanted to come today is sort of get a sense of the workflow, get a sense of the organization, and get a sense of the needs. It is increasingly, while you see a lot of uniforms here, including from partner nation states that have come, and of course with the Israelis who are hosting us and are a key part of this, you're starting to see more of a presence from the State Department and related entities as well, and that'll continue to grow as we can provide personnel on things like emergency response, the coordination of humanitarian assistance and things of that nature. So you're starting to see that presence here grow. But a lot of good progress is being made on a number of fronts, and you can break this out in a number of ways. The first is the maintenance of the current ceasefire, of the current peace that we're confronting. And that involves two things. Number one, deconflicting from any flashpoints that may come up. We need to understand, the world needs to understand that on the other side of that yellow line, there is still a terrorist group that remains armed, and we've seen them take actions against their own population. I think it's important, by the way, that there be more media coverage given to the...
Now, I am impressed that this is still held up, even after the 2 Israeli soldiers was allegedly killed by a Hamas soldier, but it was later on proven that it was actually just a roadside bomb that was planted by the IDF. So, I mean, that sucks. But yes, I am happy that that false flag event didn't work, didn't kind of, destroy everything, destroy the whole peace deal. Because yes, 2 IDF soldiers did get killed, but it was not by Hamas. They are asking for Hamas to demilitarize, but Hamas is right now engaging in a civil war with an Israeli-backed militant force, which consists of, well, a bunch of Palestinians who hate Hamas. I mean, go figure. So that's the main concerns right now and going on in Gaza, and these are the hurdles that they're trying to tackle. And then, of course, there is Israel also bombing into Gaza as well. They're pulling back while shooting missiles.
The fact that Hamas has brutalized Palestinians, has brutalized Gazans over the last few days, and that's something to point to. But all of that has...
Oh yeah, and Hamas has, and let's be honest. Hamas kind of horrified the world by releasing videos of public executions where everybody was cheering, praising it, and it was all because these guys were alleged collaborators of the Israelis. So they held public executions when it was a bit barbaric. I'm not gonna lie.
to be managed to make sure that in addition to that we don't have any flashpoints that could derail the broader process. At the same time, the coordination of humanitarian assistance. And there's humanitarian assistance that is now flowing into those places beyond the yellow line, but that involves coordinating with all of these different organizations from around the world, including international organizations and charity groups. That's a massive undertaking to coordinate all of that and that be distributed safely. That's just beyond the yellow line. Behind the yellow line, there's another effort going on in humanitarian assistance, which is even broader because those areas are safe, those areas are secure. So that's happening. At the same time, it's this work on creating an international stabilization force. It involves bringing together all the nation states that are offering to provide personnel and resources. So structuring what that stabilization force will look like, lining up all the countries that are willing to provide either money or personnel or a combination of both, and then getting the right international mandate, whether it's the UN or an international agreement, working through that to make sure that that entity, that security force that can exist, can function, is funded, understands what its mission is clearly and can execute it effectively. And then beyond that, of course, is the long term, the reconstruction, the rebuilding, the creating conditions so that never again.
Now, these are also going to be one of the gripes of this deal, is that the security bunker around Gaza. I'm not really sure that that's going to work out too well, seeing that they're going to have a military bunker around them, which is basically still going to, control who leaves and who enter Gaza. So it's like they're going back to their original position. And I'm not sure if, that's really going to work out too well. I mean, look what it caused in the first place. Look what it caused. Look what was the result of having these guys in an open air concentration camp. Look at the results of that. And we're kind of trying to reset it back to that. So I'm not really too keen on it. But the only reason why I'm in acceptance of the Gaza peace plan is because it does help the Palestinians work towards self-governance and self-policing. And then maybe later on down the line, they can get that security bunker removed. But they do first got to prove that they can, first self-govern and self-police.
And will we see what happened on October 7th so that you can actually be in a place that no longer has elements operating within it that are a threat to Israel or to their own people, for that matter. And, of course, that's a longer-term plan, and that's something that's also key to all of this. It's the goal we're all trying to get to. But before we can get to that goal, we've got to get through the process that we're involved in right now, which is making sure the ceasefire holds without anything disrupting it, making sure people are getting the life-sustaining aid that they need in a way that's not being looted or stolen or diverted in any way, and at the same time creating the conditions for the stabilization force to come in as soon as it possibly can be put together to provide what we need, the stabilization we need in order to move to the further phases of this plan. All right?
Mr. Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Secretary, could I ask you about President Trump in his time interview talked about the case of Moran Barghouti, the Palestinian prisoner, saying that he's considering raising it. Do you want Israel to...
I can't hear what you're asking because there's some buzz going on.
Sorry, I'll shut up. Moran Barghouti, the Palestinian prisoner, President Trump in his interview with Time said that the U.S. was considering asking Israel to release him. Is that something that you're asking?
You're talking about the one from the U.S.?
Moran Barghouti, the Palestinian prisoner.
I don't have any news for you on that today. Obviously, we'll work that through our embassy here and our diplomatic channels, but we don't have anything to announce on that.
The Palestinian prisoner, the Palestinian activist, Moran Barghouti.
I don't know why I can't hear you.
Sorry. Moran Barghouti.
Okay, they're acting like, about a Palestinian prisoner who's like an activist, one of the front runners of the message of trying to resist Israeli control, as they say. But yeah, he's one of their main activists. I think he was out there during that protest where a whole lot of people got shot by IDF soldiers. So yeah, he's one of the main runners of the, I would say this. He's one of the main people who's, I guess, proliferates the message of Hamas. I would say that he's one of those guys. And it does, stand for reason why Israel be a bit hesitant to give that guy back, if they didn't already execute him already.
Yeah,
What you couldn't blame him for doing, I'll be honest.
I don't have any update for you on that.
Secretary.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Secretary, first of all, welcome to Israel. Second, there has never been anything like this in Israel. But it makes you think, does Israeli military decisions regarding Gaza are taken effectively in DC? And if the IDF will identify that Hamas is rearming and regrouping, can we independently renew the fighting, or we should ask
I
for
think everybody involved in this would like to see this not happen again.
But if we are in the Middle East,
Well, I don't think there's any country in the
there is a
world.
reason to renew the fighting. Should we apply for permission from the Trump administration?
Yeah,
Are we independent?
I wouldn't phrase it that way. I think the bottom line is that there's no nation on earth that's contributed more to help Israel in its security. As you know, this is the president that in the 12-day war struck Iran in a way that other presidents were unwilling to do. And that partnership will continue. We're very committed to Israel's security and supporting Israel. We're also very committed, and we think it's in Israel's long-term security, and I think our Israeli partners agree, to be able to have a Gaza that is no longer an operating space for a terrorist organization. That's why this plan calls for the demilitarization of Gaza, and that's what we're committed to. So, but I wouldn't phrase it the way your question asked it. I don't think.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I always say we gotta wait to see how that strike on Iran worked out because we stopped them for now. But who's to say now they're not going to try to fast track to a nuke because they kind of now see what we're on with them, and the whole globe is seeing what honestly, what the temperature is around the world, and the temperature is that if you don't have a nuke, you get bullied by the countries that do have a nuke. And if you do have a nuke, you get to low-key be your own country. You get other countries won't try to influence you with military force. I mean, propaganda, sure, but military force, I mean, of course, that's a whole different step. So that does seem to be the global standard is that if you are a country with nukes, you can stand on your own principles. If you are not a country with nukes, you will be bullied by the country with nukes. And what's that going to do? Push countries to get nukes.
Mission or anything of that nature. This has to do with basically we're all committed to making this plan work. There is no plan B. This is the best plan. It's the only plan. It's one that we think can succeed. It's one that we believe it's on the way to success. As impossible, as unimaginable as it may have been. Remember a month ago, 6 weeks ago, no one would have thought possible that you were going to get all the hostages out, and I know that we still have the remains of hostages. So that has to happen. That's part of this, and we're very committed to making sure that happens. We are not going to stop pushing until all the commitments that were made here are kept. And that includes the demilitarization of Gaza. Now we're dealing with factors here. We're dealing with miles and miles of kilometers of tunnel networks. We're dealing with 2 decades of terrorist infrastructure. All that has to be confronted. And we'll do that together with Israel.
Secretary, if you could address, following on your mention just now about disarming Hamas, is that something that the ISF force would be engaged in? And if Hamas refuses to disarm voluntarily, is that something that this force would be involved in forcing them to disarm?
If Hamas refuses to demilitarize, it'll be a violation of the agreement. And that'll have to be enforced. I'm not going to get into the mechanisms by which it was going to be enforced, but it'll have to be enforced. I mean, this is a deal, and a deal requires conditions to be met. Israel's met their commitments. They're standing at the yellow line, and that is contingent upon the demilitarization. So,
yeah, but here's the thing, though. Israel hasn't pulled their funding from that Israel-backed militant force that's fighting Hamas right now. The same Israeli-backed militant force that was also stealing aid as well. I mean, that they was also trying to blame on Hamas. So isn't that crazy? How they want the Hamas to demilitarize, which I want them to demilitarize as well. But it's impossible to demilitarize while you're fighting somebody. Like, it's almost impossible. It's like somebody telling you to take the boxing gloves off in the middle of a match. It's like, how does that work?
suffice it to say that we're also hopefully going to create conditions where Hamas won't have people, because there'll be ways we want to see a Gaza where people can live without Hamas, where they have jobs, where they have prosperity, where they have opportunities. I'm not telling you that's going to be set up next week, okay? That's a long-term project. But what I am saying to you is that we want to create the conditions, we want to help create the conditions here so that people in Gaza don't have to be terrorized by Hamas, and in fact have lives, jobs, businesses, and a better future, and are completely uninterested ever again in joining, supporting, or being held captive by a terrorist group. So I think everyone, it's not just the United States, by the way, this is what makes it so unique. It's not just the United States. Understand, over 24 countries signed on to this, including regional powers, regional countries, Arab countries, majority Muslim countries, signed on to the commitment that there would be a demilitarized Gaza, and that there would not be a Hamas with the capability to.
I mean, Marco, but you got to be honest, though. They didn't really sign on because, oh, we want Hamas to be demilitarized. The Arab countries signed on because in that 20-point plan, you guys promised to make sure that Gaza can find a path towards self-governing and self-policing. They honestly don't give a damn about Hamas demilitarizing. I'm going to be quite honest with you. They only care about the Palestinians getting some type of sovereignty. That's all they really care about. That's all they've been bitching about for the decades, honestly. Why not give it to them?
Threaten Israel. That's a commitment not just by the United States. This was signed on by all these countries. We fully expect that everyone will live up to those commitments.
Mr. Secretary, it's a question I think from Israeli point of view. Thank you, and welcome to Israel, by the way. I think the question from Israelis' point of view is that in the meantime, because everybody wants this plan, no question about that, in the meantime, as you mentioned, every day Hamas is rearming, pre-preparing, doesn't give back our dead hostages. So the question is whether in the meantime, the US should let Israel to act on the other side of the Gaza Strip. In this way, the ISF future war will also be easier. That's the question.
Well,
Thank you.
Right now, there's an agreement in place, right?
No,
and that
don't do that.
requires both sides to live up to.
And I don't know. Is it? No, I don't want to. No, I'll say it. It's a bit wild how they're really trying to go back to war over, well, dead bodies. Yes, dead bodies that's under rubble that, you know, they destroyed. They destroyed all those buildings. They destroyed 70% of Gaza. And even Hamas is saying, bro, to get you guys these bodies, we literally got to dig under rubble of a building that you guys destroyed. Then you're cutting them off from Rafah, where there are other hostages' bodies buried under the school that you guys told the Palestinians to go to, and then you destroyed. I mean, and then you said that Hamas was there. So, and then here's the thing, even if Hamas was there, don't you think they're moving with the hostages? This is why I said if they really cared about the hostages, surgical strikes would have been like the first thing they would have done if they truly cared.
Commitment, if what you're describing to me means the deal fell apart. But right now we're not at that stage, and that's what we're trying to prevent. That's why I'm saying to you, we're not going to forget about the hostages. We push every single day.
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, or you just want to support the channel, you can send in a super chat. I'll go ahead and read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys.
And we'll continue to push until the remains of every single hostage is returned. Work is going on. Even as I speak to you now, that's being pushed on. That's not something we're going to start talking about. We fully expect that Hamas will fully demilitarize. That is the agreement they signed on to. That is the agreement that all of the nation states that joined this effort signed on to, and we expect it to be fulfilled. Now, we're about 8, 10, 12 days into this. But and the third point is we don't want to see any threats against Israel coming out of the areas that Hamas is currently still present in. And that won't be tolerated either. So the president's made that very clear, that if Hamas threatens Israel or fails to demilitarize, this will be taken care of. But that is what this whole effort is about, is making sure that all of those commitments are met on both sides.
Mr. Secretary,
yes.
It says behind you actually in open source reporting that the U.S. accepted Israel's veto of Turkish forces in the ISF. Is that accurate? And can you provide any detail on that security force, how big it will be, who it will include, or any other?
Well, we haven't formed that force yet, so there's still work going on. There's a lot of countries that have offered to do it. Obviously, as you put together this force, it'll have to be people that Israel's comfortable, or countries that Israel's comfortable with as well.
And I do not like that. No. We don't want only countries that, you know, Israel's comfortable with, because Israel's already been painting their own story. They've already not allowed journalists to come in and, you know, cover Gaza, cover the entire war. No, they've kept people out, and they've only allowed the people that is overly aligned with Israel. Literally, Israeli shills are the only people that's allowed inside Gaza and nobody else. I mean, look, if they let in Al Jazeera, I'll shut the fuck up. But until then, these guys are literally hiding what they're doing in Gaza, in my opinion. And the fact that he's even saying, well, you know, we only want to let people in who's not going to snitch on Israel in a way is what he's saying. And that's just my opinion, because I do find it funny how he's just saying, oh, well, you know, we want Israel to approve these guys first and all that good stuff. Like, I thought the Turkish was cool. I thought those were the good Muslims. What, now you don't trust them? Those are the guys we pay off to ignore Israel's bullshit. So now they're not cool either?
Let me just say that I think there are a lot of countries that are expressing interest right now. I'm not going to get into a list of who they are. I'm not going to get into a list of who's offered, who's been vetoed. We're not going to get into that. Suffice it to say that there are plenty of countries that have offered and are interested in participating. I also think it's fair to these countries they need to know what they're signing up for. which is why the work is ongoing to create what is the security force, what is their mandate, what is their command, under what authority are they going to be operating, who's going to be in charge of it, what is their job, I mean, how's it going to be resourced, how's it going to be sustained and paid for, what are the rules of engagement. There's a lot to work through. That's why there's all these people working in this building. So part of getting people to sign up is you have to tell them what they're signing up for. So, but I don't want to get into any who's being vetoed, who's not being allowed. Obviously, you know, every member of this force has to be someone who has capability and willingness, but also someone that everyone's comfortable with, including Israel.
If I could, right next to you stands the print of the Trump's 20-point plan, and as we can see in number 4, within 72 hours, Israel should take in all Israeli living and deceased hostages. Those 72 hours have passed a long time ago, and we're not seeing those hostages being returned fully. Is the U.S. doing enough for that? And my second question is...
Yes, the U.S. is doing more than anybody else is for that, and we're going to continue to do for that, and it's going to happen. The remains are going to be released. That's going to happen.
I mean, but then let's be quite honest. We're the only people who can stop Israel. Like, that's just the honest truth. I mean, we're the ones doing the most because we're the only ones that can do anything when it comes to Israel. Just the way it is.
And if it doesn't, then the deal got broken, but it's going to happen.
And the second question is about the technocratic government that would rule Gaza, the Palestinian government. We're hearing from Hamas that they are part of the committee that forms this government. Does that not miss all the point of what we're doing here?
Yeah, I think everyone talking about that is getting way ahead of themselves. There's a lot of work to be done here, and there's going to be some impediments along the way. And things
I mean, sure. There also got to be some responsibility that Bibi Netanyahu takes for the creation and the funding of Hamas. I mean, this man literally funded Hamas through the Qataris. And then they want to say, oh, the Qataris fund Hamas with Israeli money. Well, actually, our money that Israel sent to Qatar. And then they got this in writing. They got it in writing, guys. And if you haven't watched the BB Files yet, I highly advise you go watch it because it's a very eye-opening documentary. You know, right, fresh out of Israel.
Nature that people put out there. Suffice it to say that everyone that signed onto this plan, all of these other countries agreed, and everyone agreed that Hamas cannot govern and cannot be involved in governing the future of Gaza. Everyone's agreed to that. Okay, so that has to be part of this, but we're not at that stage yet. Remember, we are still at the stage, even as all that's being worked on, we're at the stage of just trying to maintain the ceasefire. We're trying to be at the stage of getting humanitarian assistance to flow. We're trying to get to the stage of ensuring that all the commitments made, including the hostages, are lived up to. We're still at that stage where we have to ensure that there are no threats against Israel emanating from Gaza, because there are still terrorists inside of Gaza, particularly behind that yellow or in front of that yellow line. So we're at that stage, and that's what everyone here is working on, even as we work on the other elements of the plan that you're outlining. This is a long-term plan. Before you get to all these 20 points and you get through all of this, is going to require a lot of work over a long period of time. All of that work is ongoing. We're not even 2 weeks into this. I think the progress that's been made, 12 days, 14 days since this was originally agreed to, is historic and extraordinary. There's nothing to compare this to. There's no other effort in modern history that you could look at and say, this is just like that. This is something very difficult, but worth doing. It'll be historic if it can be pulled off. We're committed to making sure that...
All right, guys, I'm about to show you an eye-opening clip, you know, from the BB Files. Hopefully they don't try to hit the channel for it, but hey, man, it is what it is. We take the risk. Wrong. And isn't it lovely when Israeli media comes out and tell on this guy? Because you can't sit here and say, yeah, I'm being anti-Semitic, because I'm getting it from the Jews themselves. They're snitching on themselves. Well, not really them, but they're snitching on Netanyahu right now. And that's why the BB Files has been taking off a lot of major streaming platforms, because of that right there. You just need 2 minutes of it to really get the picture.
It will change the character. It will change Israel's security in the long term. It will change the character and the nature of the region in a positive way. We are committed to making that work, and we're committed to ensuring that every one of these points is lived up to. But it's not going to be an easy ride. There are going to be bumps along the road, but we have to make it work. There is no other alternative, and we feel good about the progress that's being made. Every day that goes by it gets better. We have work to do, guys. We still need more people involved in this. We still need more ideas more commitments to be lived up to. So this is going to be a journey, but it's one worth taking because we think it leads to something very special.
Mr. Secretary, if I could ask you a question just a little closer to home. Yesterday, President Trump terminated trade negotiations with Canada. Have you spoken with Foreign Minister Anand? What can Canada do to resume these?
Well, I think what happened is one of the leaders in Canada was running ads in the United States on tariffs that took President Reagan's words out of context. Even the Reagan Foundation criticized him for it.
Mhm.
But I've not spoken. I've been traveling since yesterday. But I have not spoken to the foreign minister since then. But I mean, the president made his announcement that he suspended any trade talks with Canada for now.
In an interview to Fox News, President Trump implied that Israel is a proxy of the U.S. Do you agree?
I didn't hear that interview.
Israel is a proxy of the U.S.
Okay.
Whoa.
What role do the U.S. see for the Palestinian Authority?
Well, I mean, not in this war. It's not like we were trying to, not like we asked Israel to go to war with Gaza. They did that, well, because of October 7th. So, I mean, basically, they did it in retaliation to October 7th. So you can't really say they was just proxy. You can't say they were their proxy through us. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Gaza.
And to be honest, I mean, look, man, Israel got deeper problems. They need to figure out how the hell October 7th popped off, because that might be their 9/11, to be honest.
The day after, we've heard about a lot of plans that was done by the Palestinian Authority.
Palestinian Authority?
Yeah, that's Mahmoud Abbas Authority.
Yeah, look, again, I mean, obviously, you know, and I've expressed and we've expressed our concerns about the Palestinian Authority as it stands today. It's certainly in need of reform. As far as what role it's going to play in the future of Gaza, that's yet to be determined, if any role at all. We don't know. I mean, that's what's being worked on. Again, this is very complex. And we are dealing with 30 or 40 years of mistakes, 30 or 40 years of terrorism, 30 or 40 years of deeply embedded problems, and we're about 14 days into this agreement. So right now we're trying to get through this, and part of that, the long-term governance of Gaza, that is not Hamas, it's not a terrorist organization. That's work that's going to need to be done. I mean, I can't prejudge what that's going to look like now, because that's going to be something that has to be worked on collectively with Israel, with partner nation states, and something everyone has, for it to work, everyone has to agree to it. For that to work, everyone has to agree to it. The work is happening, but we're not at that stage where I can tell you this is what it's actually going to look like. Nobody can tell you that. But I can tell you what it can't look like. It cannot be a place that is governed by anyone who wants to use it as a launch pad for attacks against Israel. If it is, then there will be another war. There won't be any peace. There will never be peace as long as there's an area or a territory that's being used as a launch pad to threaten Israel's security.
I mean, shoot, I'll tell Rubio. I mean, there's never going to be peace if you allow Israel to oppress the Palestinians. I mean, it is always going to pop off like that, in that fashion. And they're always going to have supporters in the Muslim world that's going to throw money into whatever terrorist group is going to go against Israel, unless you solve the problem of the two-state solution, one-state solution, which I know that's impossible. I get it. But at least the two-state solution we can get down to. And if that's never answered, then I mean, look, man, we're just kicking the can down the road, and we'll probably have another October 7th, probably like 5 to 10 years from now. I'm just saying.
Understands that, and everyone that signed on to this deal understands that.
On humanitarian aid, you mentioned that that's going to be coordinated through here. I wonder if you could say what the role of the UN will be, and specifically what role UNRWA might play in.
UNRWA's not going to play any role in it.
Okay.
UNRWA's not going to play any role in it. The UN is here. The UN is. We're seeing the work they're doing. The World Food Program. There's also not-profit NGOs, you know, humanitarian assistance organizations that are involved in this. Samaritan's Purse. So it's a conglomeration of about 8 to 12 groups that are here. The United Nations is here. They're on the ground. We're willing to work with them if they can make it work, but not UNRWA. UNRWA became a subsidiary.
Oh, guys, and if you could double tap that screen and like the video, appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get right back into it.
Area of Hamas.
And so with
Secretary, when you're talking about disarming Hamas, there's been some discussion of a program to buy back weapons.
Well, there's a lot of ideas floating out there.
So
ultimately,
how seriously is that?
Well, I don't know. Look, there's a lot of ideas out there about that. The bottom line is You know, you can't have any of the elements of terrorism. You can't have tunnels, you can't have rockets, you can't have anything that threatens Israel's security. I point back to the answer I just gave. If Israel's security is threatened, if 5 years from now, 3 years from now, 2 years from now, Gaza is a place where people who want to destroy Israel are able to operate from with impunity, there's not going to be peace. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, but I mean, if the Gazans are put in a situation where they're still being able to be oppressed by the Israelis by controlling who leaves Gaza, controlling who enters Gaza, controlling if they can go to Jerusalem or not, making them pretty much second-class citizens, this will also be a repeat of it. So it's like, Rubio, I hear what you're saying. Like, yes, let's address the Israelis' concerns, but let's not leave out the Palestinians' concern as well, or we'll be right back here, like I said, 5-10 years down the line.
Every country that signed on to this understands that. It is one of the principles that's outlined here. That cannot be the outcome.
It's gonna be worse 5-10 years down the line. Shoot, maybe 20. Shoot, they're gonna wait till we have the Gaza Riviera and you in your nice high rise in Gaza overlooking the ocean. Then you see a plane coming. Yes, a plane. And you know what that means.
The outcome needs to be a Gaza where people have jobs and a life and a better future, and people aren't thinking about, how do I kill Israelis? How do I attack Israel? Because if we can't reach that point, then there's not going to be a peace. There's not going to be an enduring peace. You can't be at peace with elements that want to destroy you and kill you and carry out another October 7th. Everyone recognizes that. But there's a lot of work that we need to do to achieve that. We're not there today, 14 days, 13 days, after this deal was signed. But I can tell you we've made more progress in 13 days than anyone thought possible. We've come a long way. This is the first mile in a very long journey. We've got a long ways to go, but we're optimistic that it's heading in the right direction. We are better off today than we were yesterday, better off yesterday than the day before, but no one is under any illusions. There's a lot of hard work ahead. There'll be bumps along the road. There'll be threats to this peace that emerge that we're going to have to confront, but there are also some exciting opportunities as well that we want to make sure that we are pursuing.
Could I follow?
And shout out Vilzar. He says, do you think that Israel knew and let October 7th happen? To be quite honest with you, like, somebody knew something was going on. Israel's a very highly protected area, has a very highly protected order. There was a stand down order on October 7th for some crazy reason. And considering that they could have got to there before any real damage was done by Hamas, I mean, it does seem like this was, like, I'm gonna be real with you, maybe it was a lack of oversight. But look, the Egyptians warned them about October 7th. I think the Mossad even warned the Israeli government about October 7th. They got warnings, just like we got warnings for 9/11. A lot of people were telling us, hey, yo, this guy who's pretty questionable, he's coming into America, coming in and out, taking classes on flights. Like, you might want to watch him. Like, we got the same warning that the Israelis did about October 7th, but yet it went off without a cinch. And everything just happened like oh so right for Hamas on that very day, which it shouldn't have. Like, they should have been getting shot out the skies by Apache helicopters. That's how fast they should have shown up before Hamas was even able to touch the ground.
Another question, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But it is
another topic, talking about annexation. You were using the term Judea and Samaria.
And, also considering that, almost every teenager or 18, 19-year-old is a soldier over there. Like I said, it is pretty hard to see it as something that wasn't kind of orchestrated. But hey, man, the truth will come out over time. I'm not going to say I'm 100% sure on that, but I'm 80-20.
A few months ago, I'm okay, there will be no annexation, but I'm wonder if you're still obligated to the name or the term Judea and Samaria.
I don't play semantic games. Well, who else?
Could I follow up on the annexation? You and the president, vice president voiced opposition to annexation. Do you have the word from the Israelis that they're not going to go ahead with this in the West Bank?
Well, this was a vote that they took in the Knesset. From what it was explained to me, it was elements that tried to use it to embarrass Netanyahu while the vice president was here. Suffice it to say, we don't think it's going to happen, and more importantly, it's not, from a legislative standpoint, structured in a way that could happen. But it would also threaten this whole process. I mean, we understand that, right? I mean, everyone has to understand if something like that were to happen right now, if that were to happen, a lot of the...
And I mean, guys, yes, if you look it up, Egypt did tell Israel, like, they were warned that October 7th was going to happen, and there was really no actions taken. Now, like I said, I will say that there are people saying that, well, Bibi wanted to October 7th to happen so we can get into war, so we can avoid corruption crimes and all this wild stuff. And there may be some truth to that because he is facing corruption crimes. Now, I'm not just going to flat out say he started the war to, avoid it. It just looks like it. And then as, Gaza seemed to quail down, he did revert his attention to Lebanon all of a sudden, and then Syria. And now, he attacked Lebanon and Syria pretty much within the same month. So I don't know. Things are kind of lining up in that direction.
Countries that are involved in working on this probably aren't going to want to be involved in this anymore. It's a threat to the peace process, and everybody knows it. But I'm not getting into the middle of Israeli politics. We're focused on peace and security.
You got any assurances from Prime Minister last night?
The what?
What could we expect in terms of future normalization deals after this ceasefire? We heard about Saudi Arabia, we heard about other countries. Is there anything you can tell to the Israeli people about the possible benefits of this deal?
Well, I don't think I need to explain to the people of Israel the benefits of normalization with more countries, especially regional countries, some of whom were on track to do so before October 7th happened, and we were close. So I think you look at the Abraham Accords, we'll be very open about the fact that we'd like to expand it and add more countries to that. And we see this as mutually beneficial. It's not just beneficial for Israel, it's beneficial for these countries. We have a lot of countries that want to join, that have expressed interest in joining and want to join. So I think that would be great, and I think that could be a byproduct of achieving some of this. And well, I'm not going to mention the countries' names because it's up to them to announce it. They're going to say I announce them here, and they're going to then maybe they haven't even talked to their own people about it yet. But I think we know who some of them are, right? We know who some of them are, and we think it will be great. There's some bigger than others, but we'd like to have as many members of the Abraham Accords as possible. That work is going, and I think what we're doing here could help, create the momentum for that to occur. So yeah, I do think the Abraham Accords can grow. I think there's some countries you could probably add right now if we wanted to, but we want to do a big thing about it, and so we're working on it. But believe me, we have a whole unit at the State Department that works on that. Problem is, some of them are here working on this now, but they can work on two things at once.
If
What
I
else? I got a
follow up
couple
on the
more.
ISF, Mr.
Yeah.
Secretary, is it the U.S.'s intent to deploy the ISF as a UN peacekeeping force under a UN Security Council?
We haven't decided. Maybe. We don't know. I mean, that may be one route. The problem is that some of these countries can't participate in this unless they have a mandate from the UN, as an example. So maybe it'll be a UN resolution. That's one route. We could have an international agreement as well. We're working through that. I mean, we'll find the right formula to do it. It may be the UN. We're working on some language on that now that hopefully will be in place. There may be another way to do it, but we will need something because some of these countries, by their own laws, can't participate in these efforts unless they have some sort of international mandate or flag that they're under. All right, I got time for one more.
There's been a series of settler attacks against a village full of American citizens in Western called Termasaya. I was just wondering if you'd seen any of the videos of these attacks.
I'm aware of the incidents, and I've seen, I mean, not recently, I've seen them, some of the ones that have been posted, some of the things on social media. Our embassy has worked on that topic and has expressed the U.S. opinion to the government. Obviously, the safety and security of Americans anywhere in the world is something that will be important to us. So, and we've expressed our position directly to the Israeli authorities, and our ambassador has spoken on this topic clearly and repeatedly. Okay? Thank you, guys.
All right. All right. Now let's get over to another official in Trump's administration. All right. Let's get over to economics talks with the Treasury, with the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent.
And joining me now is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, traveling with President Trump in Malaysia. Secretary Bessent, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Kristen, good to be with you.
Well, it is wonderful to have you. You are there meeting with your Chinese counterparts ahead of President Trump's planned meeting with President Xi of China. Mr. Secretary, do you believe that China is ready to make a trade deal?
Kristen, I can tell you they are, because we just finished 2 days of negotiations, and we've created a framework for the two leaders to discuss on Thursday in Korea.
So that's optimism. President Trump had threatened to impose an additional 100% tariffs on China on November 1st if Beijing goes forward with a plan to put restrictions on rare earth minerals, as you know. If China refuses to pull back those restrictions, Mr. Secretary, can you confirm that President Trump will, in fact, impose those 100% tariffs against China?
Well, Kristen, I think that's old news. President Trump gave me a great deal of negotiating leverage with the threat of the 100% tariffs on November 1st. And I believe we've reached a very substantial framework that will avoid that and allow us to discuss many other things with the Chinese. I think we will be able to discuss them helping us get this terrible fentanyl crisis under control. I think we are going to be able to discuss substantial soybean and ag purchases for our American farmers. I think we are going to be able to discuss more balanced trade. And, and I'm not going to get ahead of the two leaders, but I think that they will also be discussing President Trump's global peace plan that he's
I don't know. In my personal opinion, when it comes to China, I just can't trust them to operate fairly. Like, even when we try to operate fairly with them the first term with Trump, I mean, they went behind everybody's back, well, behind Trump's back, and he just started, you know, exporting to other countries and relabeling it to avoid tariffs. I mean, even now, when we were waiting to have negotiations, they were trying to get other countries to pretty much limit their export of rare earth minerals to cripple our economy. I mean, these guys literally can't operate without acting unfairly. I mean, it's duplicity at every turn with them.
And so successful at both here in Asia, the Middle East, and now he's looking to Ukraine, Russia.
Mr. Secretary, you said a couple of significant things. It sounds like you're saying you are not anticipating a 100% tariff against China on November 1st. And seems like you're saying that China is poised to purchase soybeans to open up those markets again?
I believe that we have the framework for the two leaders to have a very productive meeting for both sides. And I think it will be fantastic for U.S. citizens, for U.S. farmers, and for our country in general.
Okay, but you're not anticipating the 100% tariffs?
No, I'm not. And I'm also anticipating that we will get some kind of a deferral on the rare earth export controls that the Chinese had discussed.
Okay.
But again, this will all be, you know, my counterpart, the Vice Premier, and I have set the framework, and it will be up to the two leaders to discuss the final terms.
Okay, well, let's talk about another major trade issue, which is Canada, of course. This week, President Trump abruptly broke off trade talks with Canada and put another 10% tariff on Canada in response to an ad that the government of Ontario ran. It features former President Ronald Reagan. Why is the president
like Canada?
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Once, like, really make an ad about how bad tariffs are on the American people when you guys are the one hurting from tariffs because you don't want to lose your car manufacturing jobs. I mean, we get it, but you don't got to sit there and try to brainwash the American people into hating tariffs. I mean, trust me, the Dems have done that good enough. Like, we don't need more propaganda for the corporate elites against tariffs, okay? Look, we already got the Dems and CNN and MSNBC holding water for the corporate elites. We don't need you over there in Canada doing the same damn thing, okay, guys? And look, we already know y'all work with China too. So really, we really know where the messaging's coming from. So, hey, I would say this. If y'all want to have trade negotiations, try not to do, run propaganda behind our back. That's always a good way to negotiate in good faith.
Setting trade policy based on a television ad he doesn't like?
Well, Kristen, let's think about this. This is a kind of propaganda against U.S. citizens.
And if you've seen the app, you would understand that tariff didn't. The man didn't say tariffs are ineffective. He didn't say that tariffs even hurt the American people. He was pretty much making an argument of how tariffs are work in the short run, but could have long-term tariffs can have terrible effects. And you got to remember, this was a man speaking, I mean, shoot, more than 30 years ago, 40 years ago. So, well, yeah, about that time. But yeah, So we're talking about a different time in the economy, and we're talking about and he's coming from a framework of not 2025, but in the 80s. So we can't sit here and act like, okay, well, what Ronald Reagan's saying today, well, back then is valid today, especially with all the advancement in technology and all that good stuff. I mean, I'm pretty sure if even Ronald Reagan was operating today, he might change his tune on some things. So to bring up old, like what Ronald Reagan said back in the day under a different economy is a bit useless.
It's psyops. Why would the government of Ontario? I'm told that they have spent or were planning to spend up to $75 million on these ads.
And like I said, it was the short term versus long term, and we're still in the short term if you think about it. And then here's the other argument. So why don't we use that same argument on the Canadians? Because they have tariffs on us, and tariffs has been around for years. So why can't y'all turn that same argument around on Canada and be like, well, why are you trying to preach our president's words to us when you guys are doing exactly what he's talking about?
To come across the U.S. border. So what was the purpose of that other than to sway public opinion? And, you know, it's some kind of propaganda that the premier of Ontario unilaterally launched.
Will the 10% tariffs apply to all Canadian goods, Mr. Secretary?
Kristen, I've been traveling since this unfortunate event happened. I know that the ad's been taken down. So, you know, we'll have to see. But I just think it was terrible judgment by this premier, you know, who has a bit of a reputation for being a hothead.
Does the president know if the tariffs will apply to 10% tariffs will apply to all Canadian goods? Has he made a determination about that?
Well, I'm sure he knows, and I'm sure the Ambassador Greer knows. But again, you know, we're here out in Asia, and we're doing these big trade deals out in Asia. We just signed the Malaysian deal today, which was fantastic. And you know, I've been spending the past 2 days negotiating with the Chinese. So you know, whatever is going on back in North America, I think is taking second fiddle to President Trump's leadership out here in the Pacific.
Okay, let me ask you about something here back at home. Inflation, we learned this week that inflation in September ticked back up to 3%. That's the highest level since January. I want you to take a listen to something that President-elect Trump told me back in December. Take a look.
I started using the groceries. When you buy apples, when you buy bacon, when you buy eggs, they would double and triple the price over a short period of time. And I won an election based on that. We're going to bring those prices way down.
Mr. Secretary, coffee prices are up 19% from a year ago. Beef is up almost 15%, and bacon up almost 6%, just to name.
Now, hold on now. Here's the thing. You can't really blame beef and bacon on tariffs because, remember, we already had this discussion a couple nights ago. There was a drought going on under the Biden administration that reduced the cattle, and therefore we have less beef. I mean, that goes the same for bacon. There was less pigs. There was altogether less livestock. Coffee, I mean, that's because, okay, now that's actually because of tariffs. That one I will give y'all. That is because of tariffs. We put 50% on these guys on tariffs. So I guess that's their way of, if it went up 18%, I guess that's their way of passing some of it down. But the beef and bacon has nothing to do with tariffs.
A few. So when are all grocery prices going to come down as President Trump promised?
Well, Kristen, you know, it's unfortunate. As much as I like you, you like to cherry pick. So, you know, when we came in, it was eggflation. You know, egg prices are down, gasoline prices are down. Overall, the inflation since President Trump has come in.
And like I pointed out, too, I was like, the three things that she brought up, it was kind of funny that it had nothing to do with it. And, well, honestly, it had nothing to do with tariffs. Like, beef had nothing to do with tariffs. We don't get our beef anywhere else, guys. Like, we don't bring in our beef. So when you talked about beef and bacon, I'm kind of looking at her like she dumb. Like, whoa, you know, we get those mainly from our farmers, right? So you trying to make that a case for tariffs is a mute point. Now, coffee, that's actually a good argument, considering that we did put 50% on Brazil in their coffee. That makes sense. But the other two, that doesn't even have nothing to do with tariffs at all.
As much as I like you, you like to cherry pick. So, when we came in, it was eggflation, eggflation, eggflation. Egg prices are down, gasoline prices are down. Overall, the inflation since President Trump has come in, has come down. We inherited this terrible affordability crisis from the Biden administration. The first thing we had to do was get it under control. And this month's inflation number was actually below the consensus number. If we look at core inflation, it was 0.2%, which was the lowest it's been in a long time. Rents are coming down. So, Kristen, you don't get to cherry pick. Inflation is a composite number, and I am confident that in the coming months, inflation is going to come down.
Now, I will say this. They are getting inflation to cool down. I will say that. They are getting inflation to slow down from its rapid increase under Biden. So it is starting to cool down a bit. It's not upticking like 0.5, 0.6, a whole 3-4% like it was under Biden, but it's only upticking 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, 0.2, which is manageable. That's manageable. But and that is what causes prices to skyrocket. Now, the inflation that happened under Biden, the price skyrocketed under Biden, that ain't going away no time soon, really. Like, the only time we're going to get that off if we can honestly work out Trump's plan with tariffs and deregulation, and hopefully that creates some type of deflation like it does in India and China when they implement tariffs and they protect their domestic economies. That does cause a bit of deflation for them. So if we can if we can kind of deflate a little bit, and it looks like we're trying to go in that direction, but I'm gonna be honest with you, we're going to have to see until the end of the year if they can bring inflation down to at least 2.8%. If this continues to go over 3%, then I'm going to have a pretty negative view of things. I'll be honest with you.
Just to be very clear, though, CPI has been higher in the past 3 months than it was in the first 5 months of the year. If President Trump's economic policies are working, why is inflation up? Why are those grocery prices that I just mentioned that he said were so critical, why are they up?
Well, again, Kristen, you're cherry picking because inflation actually had a drop, the first drop in 4 years in March and April under President Trump. And I am confident that as we come into the coming numbers, that we will see a drop in inflation back towards the Fed's 2% target. And I assume your next question is going to be to blame it on tariffs. And the imported goods have actually...
I mean, let's be real. To blame it on tariffs, I mean, you gotta low-key make the math work. When they say tariffs go straight to the consumer, well, if that was true, then coffee would have went up by 50% because that's the amount of tariff that we got on. Well, that we got on in Brazil. I mean, if that's true, then, well, prices should go up 10% across the board because we have a baseline tariff of 10% across the board on these countries. So why aren't we seeing those increases? And the CPI has only been increasing by what, 0.2, 0.3%, which is honestly, that's not tariffs, that's inflation. At that point, it is what it is. And that's what I mean, that Trump is slowing down inflation. You can see it in the consumer price index from it going from 0.3, going up by 0.3, by 0.2. But like, he's kind of controlling the price index in a way. Now, can it still get out of control? Yes, it can. But we'll see how it works out, because it does look bad on the Trump administration that inflation has even hit 3%, because honestly, that is a bit of a danger zone. Now, if it goes past that into the 4%, then yes, everybody's going to be pissed. At 3.5, I will be extremely frustrated with the Trump administration, but we'll see. If Besson says that, hey, look, by next month, we should probably be at that 2.8, 2.6, then it's all good. But it does look bad that we are at 3%. And, but hey, we are still in a better position than we were under Biden, but still, we don't want inflation to be over 3%.
They've been quite flat or dropped, and it's mostly service goods. And another factor in the inflation report is what's called investment management income, and that's inflation that goes up because the stock market goes up.
I mean, and y'all don't want to talk about, trust me, if grocery prices tell all, then actually Trump is doing a pretty good job. If grocery prices tell all,
so management fees are higher.
Okay, let me turn to another big issue. The Trump administration recently extended a $20 billion lifeline to Argentina that has gotten some bipartisan criticism, Mr. Secretary, including from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. I'll read you a little bit of what she wrote. She says, quote, Americans are getting decimated with high cost of living and skyrocketing insurance costs. Many of them have zero savings and some are maxing out credit cards to survive. Tell me how it's America first to bail out a foreign country with 20 or even 40 billion taxpayer dollars. How is this move America first, Mr. Secretary?
Well, Kristen, it is America first because we are supporting a U.S. ally. There will be no taxpayer losses. This is a swap line. This is not a bailout. And it is from the Exchange Stabilization Fund, which Treasury, I control at Treasury. It is never registered a loss. It is not going to register a loss this time. We are supporting a U.S. ally in Latin America, and we want to set the tone in Latin America because look at what's going on in Venezuela. It is a failed narco state, and I'm a big fan of Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think she's a fantastic voice in Congress. But please let me finish. So we think it is much better to use American economic power up front to stabilize a friendly government and lead the way, because we've got many other governments. We've got many other governments in Latin America, Bolivia, Ecuador, Paraguay, who all want to follow. So I would rather extend a swap line than be shooting at the boats carrying drugs as we're having to coming out of Venezuela.
Well, you take me to my next question, because the military has now launched 10 attacks, killing more than 40 people against these suspected drug smuggling boats, as you just referenced. Is the United States at war with Venezuela, Mr. Secretary?
Kristen, I have a big portfolio. The defense is not one of them. I think you'd have to ask our great Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, or Secretary of State Marco Rubio on that. But what I can tell you is the President's committed to protecting U.S. citizens from the ravages of these drugs. And also, you were asking earlier about the China trade deal, and part of that is going to include very substantial cooperation to stop the precursor drugs on fentanyl, which make their way to Mexico, to Canada, and kill hundreds of thousands of Americans a year and ruin families.
Well, and it's worth noting that the vast majority of fentanyl comes to the U.S. from Mexico. Let me ask you, because we're almost out of time, I just want to get two more questions in. The East Wing of the White House was demolished this week to make way for President Trump's plans for a ballroom, as you know. It surprised a lot of people, given that President Trump said this back in July. Take a look.
It won't interfere with the current building. It'll be near it, but not touching it, and pays total respect to the existing building, which I'm the biggest fan of. It's my favorite place. I love it.
Why didn't the president tell the public he was going to tear down the entire East Wing, which, as you know,
because it's not even that important. You guys are honestly crying over nothing.
Stop whining. Your kids are soft.
Like literally crying over what, renovations? And this is how you know the Dems really have no arguments. I thought you guys are championing for health care. You guys have left the argument of health care for a White House renovation, for a ballroom. I mean, okay. All right. Yeah, you guys are real serious.
Is a part of the people's house.
Well, again, I think this was a judgment call on the president. The president is a master builder. And Kristen, I was for many years on the board of something called Classical American Homes, and I completely endorse what the president's doing here with the ballroom. And I don't know I assume that maybe parts of the East Wing, could have been asbestos, could have been mold, could have not fit with the design. But the classical architecture firm that's doing this is a magnificent structure that's going up. That my office looks over it, and I'm watching the demolition here, and the construction that's already underway.
Like, bro, if you think that Trump needs congressional approval to renovate the White House, you guys are dumb. And you honestly don't. Well, I ain't gonna say you're dumb. I'm sorry. You're not dumb, but you're misinformed. Or really, you're just lacking historical knowledge. Because many presidents have destroyed property, destroyed things on the White House, and nobody complained. Nobody said anything because they rebuild something new. And that's all Trump is doing. Breaking down to rebuild something new to build it back better with a ballroom this time. You guys should be happy. It's an add-on, to the White House, right? To the house of the people, right? Yes. Well, if it's the house of the people, wouldn't you want your house, get a nice little upgrade, a nice little ballroom? You can have your friends and family over. Of course you would. So stop crying. And you guys thinking that he needs congressional approval to build a ballroom, you guys are hilarious. I mean, guys, you don't need Congress for everything now.
And this is moving at warp speed. And I think it's going to be something that all Americans can be proud of. And we have a history of presidents renovating and adding to the White House campus. It started with Thomas Jefferson. I don't think anybody would argue when Thomas Jefferson, they added the colonnades, it was controversial at the time.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, and of course the question is about his revealing to the American public and saying he wouldn't have to actually tear down the building. And now that's what's happening. But very quickly, before I let you go, we're now in the second longest shutdown in U.S. history. When will President Trump meet with Democrats to try to bring this shutdown to a close and get federal workers their paychecks back again, Mr. Secretary?
Well, Chris, I'm going to have to reject the premise of your question. Why does President Trump have to meet with Democrats? Democrats just need to go into the Senate and vote to end the shutdown.
But President Trump has said in the past, it's up to the president.
52.
He's the president.
No.
No, he said that in the past. He said.
No, because and here's the problem with that argument, because you guys are trying to shift blame and you're not trying to take accountability. And I mean, here's the thing, you're not being consistent, because when Trump shut down the government because he wanted to add funds for the wall, that was the president's fault. When the GOP did it under Obama because they wanted to add funds, that was the GOP's fault. Every time the demanding party wanted to close the government down, it was always their fault, being the demanding party who wanted to add or subtract spending. So now that it's the Dems, you guys now want to sit here and back in the day he said no, don't talk about that. Let's stay consistent with history. In history, when the GOP shut down the government because they wanted to add spending under Obama, you blamed it on the GOP. When the GOP was in power with Trump and they wanted to shut down spending because they wanted to add funding for the wall, we blamed it on the GOP, rightfully so. So now when the Dems want to shut down the government for $1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending, now y'all want to point fingers. I mean, and now you see why she's so frantic to try to make this point, because it's a really bad argument. But we'll let her make it.
And vote to end the shutdown.
But President Trump has said in the past, it's up to the president.
52.
He's the president.
No.
He said that in the past. He said you have to be a leader. The president has to lead. You have to get people into a room. You have to get a deal. When's he going to do that?
Well, he is.
And then let's be real, the Dems were already given an extension on Obamacare subsidies. They wanted a 1 year, but actually, no, they wanted it to be extended. Then the Republicans said, okay, we'll give you a 1 year extension. They were like, well, no, now we want it to be permanent. They moved the goalposts. So anybody who's saying that the Republicans did not concede anything, they did already. They said, all right, cool. You talking about Obamacare healthcare subsidies. Great, we'll give it to you. But I hope you're willing to tell your constituents that their healthcare premiums are still going to go up about 30%. So, hey, you can't blame that on us. So, but hey, that's what they won't tell you guys. It's kind of funny. I mean, they're like, oh, it's going to triple, it's going to double. Yeah, well, even with the healthcare subsidies, it's still going to go up because Obamacare is a failure.
And there's no deal to do with Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is trading off his polls. What's different than when he passed a clean CR in the spring? It's his polls. You know, the whole country's being held captive to AOC's polls. But let's look at the numbers. It's 52-3. 52 Republicans have voted, I believe it's 11 times, to reopen the government. 3 Democrats have. And right here, right now, I would urge moderate Democratic senators to come across the aisle, reopen the government, because I'll tell you, we're starting to eat into muscle here. This is starting to affect travel. It's starting to affect the economy. And, you know, this is quixotic. I don't know what the purpose is. I'm not sure they do.
And they want to call it a healthcare crisis, but I'm like, bro, you guys say, oh, there's going to be a healthcare crisis. Premiums are going to go up. Even with the Obamacare health subsidies, premiums were still going to go up because you guys are just trying to dump money into a failed system. And y'all don't even want to admit it. Y'all don't want to just talk about reforms, but hey, y'all just want to make these failed subsidies and immortalized, just make them permanent, and it's still not going to work. And premiums are still going to go up, and health insurance will still be more unaffordable, even with the Obamacare healthcare subsidy. So the whole healthcare subsidies part is a non-argument. Winning $1.5 trillion in healthcare, I mean, they know they're not getting that, and they know that's an extreme act. But hey, I mean, that's why Trump has pretty much said that, look, bro, just go in there and vote to open it, because I'm not even talking to you guys. Like, we could talk about healthcare reform, but we're not going to just add crazy spending to healthcare because you guys want to hold the government hostage.
All right. Secretary Scott Bessent, thank you so much. Safe travels. We appreciate your joining us.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories
But
on
all
the
right,
NBC News.
Let's get over to the right side of left side of media here with CNN.
So you just,
what was it here? About 42 million Americans in limbo if SNAP isn't funded due to shutdown. I mean, Dems, the time is ticking. But all right, let's get into it.
you know, when somebody's worried about something, but you don't have an answer to make them feel better, so you just say, "Don't worry, I got you." Well, that's what President Trump sounded like last night, talking about food stamp funding. Watch.
Are you going to direct the Department of Agriculture to fund food stamps next month?
Yeah, everybody's going to be in good shape. Yep.
That's the whole answer. Yeah, everybody's going to be in good shape. Yep. Now, that's relevant because the short response contradicts what his administration said this week. In a memo obtained by CNN, the Department of Agriculture says it has a $6 billion contingency fund, but it will not be used to cover food stamps and cover states' expenses. Those expenses from the states will not be reimbursed. So if the shutdown continues, roughly 42 million Americans will not get food assistance starting a week from today, November 1st. Yesterday was payday for hundreds of thousands of federal workers. At least it was supposed to have been payday because they have now missed their first full paychecks. More will miss their first full paychecks in the next few days. A lot of people are already turning to food banks.
I'm going to really be depending on the food banks, stuff that I can make a meal out of, or if I'm just going to be eating soup.
I mean, shoot, all the Dems got to do is go in there, vote to open the government back up, and this lady can get paid and, resume her life. But no, y'all want to talk about a healthcare crisis that, well, I'm going to be real with you. It's a problem, but it's not this crisis that they make it out to be, where millions of Americans are about to get kicked off Medicaid and Medicare and they're just going to die. That's not the healthcare crisis. Now, we have a healthcare system that's inefficient for sure, but a crisis is an exaggeration.
It means it's a whole lot more that's got to come out of my Social Security check to buy food, and just a lot of other things like things I need in toiletries that I won't be able to get because of the fact that food will be a priority.
With my rent due next week, I could take anything I can get. At this point, I haven't gotten a paycheck this month. So the free groceries is very important, very helpful.
It's overwhelming. There are at least 200 to 300 people in this line that we're servicing today, federal employees. It's mind-boggling.
Chloe Campbell is founder and CEO of the Baby Pantry, one of the many nonprofits helping families in need right now. Thank you for coming in. Before we look ahead, let's talk about what's happening right now.
Okay.
We're now in the 4th week of the shutdown, and we're here in the Atlanta area. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees not too far from here, CDC located here. What are you seeing in the first 3 weeks of the shutdown?
So a lot of families are reaching out because they're in need of assistance.
Oh, guys, you got any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to hear it out and read it out loud. Appreciate the support, $2 and up. Or like I said, you could just sit there and debate in the chat. But if you want me to answer some of y'all questions, I have no problem with doing so. Or hey, you can wait till I pop into the chat and I luckily catch one of your chats. Luckily. You can always wait on that.
Baby food, because we assist families with younger children and infants. And so families are reaching out for baby food. They're reaching out for baby formula. They're also reaching out for other essentials, diapers, wipes, and clothing. So a lot of families right now are in need.
Yeah. I had in the last show, I spoke with someone who is involved closely with nonprofits.
Mm-hmm.
The nonprofits across the country are seeing that their funding is on hold from the federal government because of the shutdown. You've got the people who are not being paid because of the shutdown as well. What do you expect this will look like? Week 1 in November, week 2, week 3, if this goes on?
I think we'll see a significant increase right now with the coming weeks. I think that we'll see have like a really high demand for those workers that are not receiving pay. So we're just trying to embrace ourselves for that.
And we didn't see this in the 2018 and 2019 shutdown because there was a plan if there was a pause of WIC, if there was a pause of SNAP benefits, but ends met because it ended sooner than that. Are you equipped? Are you stocked to help the people who will be surging toward your doors?
So yes and no. So due to a recent move, we did have to temporarily close our doors. And so we are looking to see how we are able to pivot and how we are able to get the essentials that the families will need.
Yeah. So, how can people help?
So they can reach out to us, our website, www.thebabypantry.org. They can send us an email at info@thebabypantry.org, and they can reach out that way.
Are you seeing a softening of support? Because obviously when people have to triage and they have to prioritize paying the bills when less money's coming in, they have less to give, less to support. Yeah. Companies are maybe tightening the belt. What are you seeing there?
I think we've built a pretty solid foundation here in Atlanta. We have a lot of really great donors that help us, and so I think that with the support of the community, we do have the help here. So.
Yeah. What do you feel when you see some of these, especially federal workers? These are. I want to dispel the notion that people who go to charities and go for help are not working people, right? Most of these people are working people.
Yeah.
And when they come to you, what do you feel and see?
It's just a feeling of sadness because I think that, because it's not just people that are, like you said, that are not working. Some people, they have good jobs. Laid off, of course. So we see a different a background of different people, but it's just a feeling of sadness. Some people are just really facing a lot of hard times and just kind of have like a really great need, and especially children, like they're very vulnerable, and so it's just a disgrace.
Yeah. I mean,
but the Dems don't really seem to care too much. Like I said, they're grandstanding on healthcare, not knowing that they're hurting the American people. And the problem is, though, like, think about when they do all this, grandstanding, they get the Obama healthcare subsidies and premiums still go up even with the Obama healthcare subsidy. You know how mad the Dem base is going to be? They're going to be like, dog, you guys shut down the government. People have to go to food banks, have to stand in line at food banks just for our premiums to go up anyway? Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I used to take that.
That's exactly what they're setting you guys up for right now. All right. Let's go.
Our motto is, when they go low, we go high.
Michelle Obama's infamous advice to take the high road could be ancient history. These days, some Democrats are dropping the HALO Act and going full vengeance mode, especially with President Trump and his agenda looking more unstoppable by the day. The president is now gracing the cover of Time magazine with the title Trump's World. California Governor Gavin Newsom is now suggesting that Trump's allies are at risk of not getting into heaven.
Donald Trump's a broken man. He's trying to break this country. Everybody knows that. But to see people in positions of power and influence do absolutely nothing when they must know better, and I believe they do nothing, boy, they're going to have a lot to reconcile at the pearly gates.
Texas State Representative Jolanda Jones is rejecting Michelle Obama's approach and using some violent language. Watch.
I'm from the hood, okay? So when a bully comes, like, if there are no rules, you literally have to figure it out. So if you hit me in my face, I'm not going to punch you back in your face. I'm going to go across your neck. You've got to hit hard enough where they won't come back.
And James Carville is getting colorful with his vengeance fantasy.
My fantasy dream is that this nightmare ends in 2029. And I think we ought to have radical thing. I think they all ought to have their heads shaven. They should be put in orange pajamas, and it should be marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, and the public should be invited to spit on them. All of these collaborators should be shaved, pajamaed, and spit on.
Yo.
Paul, would you like to comment on James Carville's chair or his comments?
Well, Earth is some out of the Jetsons, but Carville, when you consider his history, this is the guy who said about Jennifer.
I mean, when you can't hide the hate too much longer, I mean, man, this is how the Dems lose a lot of people.
Flowers, who made a credible accusation against Bill Clinton, that if you drag $100 through a trailer park, you'll never know what you'll find. Now he's ceding himself the high ground, along with so many others. Obviously, the theme is Nazi. And what does it say? That when the thought leaders of your party, and we always hear this thing, well, it's not the mainstream, it's just it's the outliers. No, this is who they are right now. You got Pritzker, Nazis. That's always the theme. Carville's thing was all a dog whistle about Nazis. He was talking about the French collaborators who had their heads shaved and they will march through the streets of Paris after World War II. That's the clear message. Newsom all of a sudden is pointing. He's pointing out who's going to get into heaven and not. This is the guy who was tapping the head of his campaign's wife, for Christ's sake. All right, you got all of that. Here's what it comes down to. Right now, it's all of this Nazi stuff comes from ICE and the fact that they're arguing with ICE, right? That they just can't stand that ICE is actually enforcing the law. So what does this devolve to? They've taken the bait. Trump has once again outfoxed them. 97% of this country, according to the Pew Research Institute, says that we should deport criminal aliens, people that are here illegally committing crimes. 97%. You can't get 90% of this country to agree on the fact that the New York Jets are terrible. And so they're falling for the bait because what he's done is he has set up a paradigm here where I'm common sense, I'm with the 97%, and they took the bait to be against us. So where we really end up right now is we're in a messaging war. And he's beaten them again. I don't see where they're getting it. They're against what the electorate wants. He suckered them in. They're losing. And somebody better step up to put reasonability back on this party.
No, they really do, because like the whole problem with Jay Jones, I keep saying like the Dems lost the right to say that they condemn political violence. You guys literally have a guy who's running for AG who said it was okay to take the life of innocent children, because they have Republican parents. And that guy's still running for AG. Y'all still making excuses for him. And you haven't asked this man to step down. And then you guys dare want to bring up the young Republicans and that elected official. And guess what? He stepped down over just saying that Indians stink. This guy literally wished death on children. And you guys have not made this man step down. You have not pushed your politicians to make this man step down. And we literally sit there and watch our politicians sit there and make excuses for this man. If that was a guy on the Republican side and we did the same thing, what would you say about us? Exactly.
Sliding into crazy land.
The weird thing is, Kennedy, Governor Newsom himself gets a little more popular, but the party overall continues to decline.
Yeah, and that's why, he is their great white hope, and he sucks. He's awful. California is in a shambles. This is pure projection. Someone that I don't consider to be a moral leader.
I don't know if he's a man of faith. His actions would probably tell a different story. So I don't think he's really the moral arbiter of humanity. And, you know, I personally have so many outstanding questions for the governor that have gone completely unanswered because he's obsessed with doing an impression of President Trump. But, you know, it's like, and he's not smart. He's not good at running a state, but he seems to be the most rational actor they have. And, you know, he's also devoid of ideas. But even though Democrats are polling so badly because, you know, whatever ideas they have, they would punish the middle class. So now what they're left with is more violence. And you have rational people who are not Republicans who look at what happened with the president and with Charlie Kirk, and they are all saying the same thing. Like, a vast majority of people are saying the same thing. Like, we don't want to live in a violent society. We want to have a shared humanity. We want to recognize things in each other that, you know, lean toward good. And that's what Democrats have to do, because every idea they see from Trump.
I mean, no, she's right. And one of the best examples was, so what? With Kamala and Harris, they both did a speaking engagement on TV, and it was in front of an Hispanic crowd on the same channel. And this lady asked them the same question: can you name one good thing about the candidate? And Trump was asked, name one good thing you think is good about Kamala Harris. Trump said, well, she became AG, so she got to be a hard worker for that. So I guess she's a hard worker. Yes, she's a hard worker. I respect that. Now, Kamala asks the same question. Give me one good thing you think about Trump. She says, oh, I don't even know him. Actually, I can't say anything good about him. He's a fascist. I was like, bro. And nobody thought, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody condemned her. Nobody said, hey, yo, you need to tone down that rhetoric because you're trying to radicalize the opponent at that point. And that's when I started seeing that at first. It's like, oh, okay, so it's okay to use this type of rhetoric towards, like, well, Republicans. But God forbid it's ever used towards the left, and then you guys are going to start crying your eyes out. But, hey, it is what it is, because you guys do not condemn the violent people on your side. You do not condemn the most radical people on your side who will literally sit there and say that, what, MAGA deserves to be shaved, spit on, and what, walk through the streets? Like, are y'all serious? Is this really how y'all feel? I don't think it's all of y'all. I doubt most of the Dem base feels like that.
They demonize. But the smartest thing they could do is take the things that are actually working, whether it's economically, even on immigration, and say, yes, we can find some common ground here and go forward, because the other way, it leads to government shutdowns, chaos, violence, and ultimately death. And it's really scary if the people who are in power in your party are pushing things to that conclusion.
Jesse, you've always been a real when they go low, we go high kind of guy.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's what I get from you.
Is it Jolanda or Yolanda?
I'll probably say Yolanda.
Okay.
Maybe, probably, I guess.
Yolanda makes...
Okay, that's crazy. I mean, you know what? Like, rumors like this, I mean, the content channel. Yeah, content channel, bro. That's a bit strange how you think that. So he's a draft dodger, but there's no proof that he dodged the draft. None at all. Trump didn't just go into hiding or anything. No, he had a medical condition and the doctor said he couldn't go. That's not dodging the draft at all. So, and then here's the thing. You guys have no proof to say, oh, well, his dad was rich. Don't you think? That's wild speculation that you cannot prove at all. You don't have no conversation from the doctor. You have no confirmation from the father. Nothing. That's how pathetic some of you guys are about hating Trump. You can't even back that story up in the slightest. All you could just say is, well, he had a rich dad, so that don't mean nothing.
Makes me feel old. Why do I feel old? Because why is Jesse Waters lecturing politicians on what's inappropriate to say? We should not be in this position. I'm not the one to say that this should be decorum, but I'm only doing it because I don't want the president to get killed. And usually I would let her say whatever she wants. She's a street fighter. She's from the street. That's cool. Say whatever you want. But it's gotten too hot on the streets, and everybody knows you got to read the room. But they don't care, Dana. They want the president dead. I have accepted that. And the president will survive. I'm worried about his team. I'm worried about Miller and I'm worried about Homan and all the crew because
too.
it looks like, from what Carville's saying, come 2028, it's back to the revenge game. They will probably run on revenge in 28. And so Trump just needs to do what Biden did, just pardon everybody on the way out the door. Newsom, what he's doing is playing the shame game. Now, the shame game, how could you stand by while this president, that worked in the first term when Trump didn't have his team there. His second term team is based. They're more based than Trump. Holman, Hegseth, Miller. You're not going to shame these guys out of anything. They're going to do their thing. And it is ironic to hear a San Francisco liberal like Gavin Newsom say, what would Jesus do? Gavin Newsom is preaching. He's holier than thou. This guy, abortion behind your parents' back. Sex changes for kids, sucking up to the Chi-Coms, injection sites. This guy has dabbled in so many sick, twisted, and unholy things. He should worry about his own soul.
What do you think, Greg?
Well, Dana, you and I have a lot in common. When they go low, we're already there. Because we're tiny little people. Carville's interesting. He's got these wild pendulum shifts. Have you noticed it when he says something we like?
Now, do you see Abby Phillips' podcast where those two white girls were trying to go, is Stephen Miller short? Have you seen him in real life? Just let us, please tell us that he's like 5'3", so we can just call him a short, bald bastard. I'm like, wow. The need to hate Stephen Miller is incredible. Like I said, I have no idea what this man has done to deserve this type of hatred. I have no idea. None at all. I want to know so bad.
Do a block on him and go, wow, this is really refreshing. Then the next day he says something absolutely insane, and we're like, oh my God, he's insane. He is the guy at the old man bar you don't make eye contact with. Yep. Clearly a day drinker. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but maybe the producers should check on him before they put the mic on him. As for Julanda, the story is not just about the hand motion that she did. It's the CNN host, Erin Burnett, the white Don Lemon. She just her entire, she didn't even nothing changed. It was like, oh, that's cute, that's clever. She says the Dems should go ugly. Have you seen the Dems? Katie Porter, Jerry Nadler, Adam Schiff, Tim Walz. You can't get much uglier than that, and you're doing a terrible job. Maybe, and this is an idea. Okay. Why don't you do the opposite? Say things that don't get people killed. Something that we all try to do every day. It might make people hate you less. It's weird. It's funny coming from me, but maybe just be a slightly better person and things will go your way. It's incredible what happens when you're just nicer to people. And also,
I mean, I do try to tell Dems that all the time. I'm like, it's a lot easier when you're not a condescending ass to people. But I mean, that's just kind of like y'all stick. It's like, that's why y'all like people like, what was it, that Parker guy or Dean Withers, because they're condescending assholes who kind of feed into like, well, I'll be real with you, y'all true character. I mean, you don't really try to understand people. You try to talk above people. You try to, and that's the problem. I mean, you don't try to meet people at eye level. You try to look over them. Or really, you try to look down on them. And that's the problem with a lot of them. I mean, they just think that they're better than their counterparts or their political counterparts. And hey, I would say it like this. I can line up Dems all day and make them look stupid just like a Parker and Dean Withers do all day. I could do the same thing to Dems. But here's the thing. I'm not going to sit there and just belittle these guys. And that's the one thing I'll never respect these guys for doing, is talking down on people.
This whole narrative, we're supposed to pretend that they weren't ugly before, that now they're going to get mean. Mm-hmm. They've been calling us everything in the book, Nazis, Hitlers, authoritarians, autocrats, you name it, as if that now the gloves are going to come off. No, the gloves have been off forever. You're down to bone right now. Mm-hmm. I'm beginning to think that the Dems have like this transient amnesia because they forget that just 6 weeks ago, their narratives of demonization got a young man killed. They know that. I mean, it's like people got it. It's like, this is a person trans adjacent who believed that because Trump was, that Charlie Kirk was seen as transphobic, he deserved to die. So, maybe do we now just play a game where we out demonize each other? I don't want to do that. So we're ready to stop. So a good exercise is if you feel slightly guilty over your behavior, try not to do it. And then, like, if you have that urge to say Hitler or Nazi, let it pass. There'll be this mental space that will show up. And then maybe if you're Gavin, you can go, what might come next? It might be a thought. I know it's going to feel weird. It's going to be heavy and hard because you've never had one before. And you're going to go, wow, I could actually say something of substance. You know, and you're right about the eligibility for heaven. This is a party that was okay with mutilating kids in the name of identity politics. You can't let that's satanic, literally satanic.
The Nazis killed 9 million people.
Yeah.
You think anything that's present in present-day America is remotely in that universe? Grow up.
That's what I'm saying. To sit there and call people Nazis and all that wild stuff, I'm like, bro, like, trust me. Like, tell me the 6 million people that we killed. Shoot, actually, F it. Give me 100,000. I'm not even gonna ask for nothing crazy. You can't. You can't give no crazy number that big. That MAGA's out here going out putting people in concentration camps and just unaliving them. I mean, come on now. If y'all gonna use the word, make sure it fits, because now you're kind of taking away the seriousness of the word. I mean, fascist don't really mean what it used to mean no more. Nowadays, I mean, when I used to hear fascist, I think somebody bad. Now I hear fascist and I think of somebody with a MAGA hat on, and I don't see them as fascists. I don't see them as fascists. I definitely do not. I mean, let's be real. If MAGA was fascist, then a lot of you Dems wouldn't be typing right now. I wouldn't be protesting no kings in the street because, well, we'd executed you all. Why? Because, like you said, we're fascists, right? Right. But somehow you guys are still alive. And thank God, because we wouldn't hate for that to happen to y'all. I wouldn't want nothing to happen to the Dems here. Y'all fellow Americans. But let's be real. Following your logic, if we're fascists, then how are y'all able to hold a whole protest nationwide, 7 million people strong, without facing any public executions?
Joining me now, the House Democratic leader, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Congressman, thank you for your time this evening. We have a lot of ground to cover, but we're grateful tonight to be your first TV interview since you formally endorsed Zohran Mamdani in his race for mayor of New York City. Mamdani just sat down with my colleague Ayman Mohadeen for an interview airing later tonight. Take a listen.
You picked up a big endorsement of Hakeem Jeffries, a fellow New Yorker, but also minority leader in the House. It was one that a lot of people were waiting to see. I wanted to get your thoughts on that, that you are picking up that endorsement, what it says about your candidacy, but also the fact that there are still some very prominent New York politicians and senior members of the Democratic Party who have not endorsed you yet.
I appreciate having Congressman Jeffries' endorsement, and it's endorsement that reflects the fact that this is an ever-expanding coalition. And I also know that the reason I'm sitting here in front of you as the Democratic nominee is not because of any one or many endorsements that we received. It's because of the fact that we built a campaign focused on working-class New Yorkers and their struggle to afford the city. And I'm looking forward to working with Congressman Jeffries to deliver on the affordability for those same New Yorkers.
Leader, why are you backing Mamdani in the mayor's race?
Come on. Well, he's a Democratic nominee. Because about time that you did so. I mean, you was a bit hesitant to claim the man since he's a whole democratic socialist, and you Dems are trying to, separate yourself from socialism because everybody's trying to equate you with it. Because, I mean, let's be real. Y'all do have some socialist policies. I'm going to be quite honest. And not all of them are bad. But hey, I do see why y'all try to separate yourself from Mamdani, because he's like, I mean, that next step to socialism that damn near leads into communism. So that's one of the reasons why a lot of, well, I would say, top Democrats didn't want to support Mamdani, is because of his policies. Now they have really no choice, seeing that he's about to be the winner, and it's going to look like the Dems don't really stick up for their own.
And as he's indicated, he is relentlessly focused on the affordability of everyday New Yorkers. Of course, we know that affordability is a big concern in the city of New York, but also across this great state and throughout the nation. In an environment where Donald Trump promised that he was going to lower costs on day one, costs haven't gone down, they've gone up. Grocery costs continue to be through the roof. Housing costs out of control. electricity bills skyrocketing, and now, of course, Rev, we face tens of millions.
Dr. Victor, you're retarded. You're very retarded. I'm just gonna be real with you. Take the doctor out your name and just call yourself Victor, okay, bro? That is stupid as hell. Said most black would support communism meant destroying white people. Bro, that means subjugating ourselves. To what? To who? The government? Like, dog, that's retarded as hell. It's like, dog, just say you hate but just say that you're trying to fear monger against black people. Just say that you're trying to call us the biological weapon against white people. Okay, just go ahead and go off on that whole tangent by yourself in a corner somewhere.
Of Americans having to confront their healthcare premiums, copays, and deductibles about to explode, with Republicans refusing to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credit. So the focus on affordability is important. The movement toward a realization that focusing on public safety is going to be important. And as I mentioned earlier this week, that the decision to extend an offer to Commissioner Jessica Tisch to remain as police commissioner is incredibly important in an environment where people within many of the communities that I represent, certainly the Jewish community, very concerned with the staggering rise of
I know that's why they call you APAC Shakur, but hey, it's all right to get money from APAC. I mean, just don't sit over there and just say that, oh, we're against the genocide in Gaza and all this wild stuff. But then, you're over there approving, missiles for Israel, approving weapons for Israel, UN, AOC. So it is what it is. But hey, we know, look, we know what Hakeem Jeffries really stand for. It ain't the people. It ain't the people.
Semitic incidents that have occurred in New York City over the last 2 years and throughout the nation, but comfortable, of course, with the notion that Commissioner Jessica Tisch is someone who cares about public safety for every community and has done a tremendous job, certainly in the black and brown communities that I represent, which for decades have been struggling with gun violence that far too often has not gotten the attention that it needs. That will continue to be an issue of importance, and we found some common ground there. And lastly, in terms of the existential moment that we confront relative to Donald Trump and this extremism that he's unleashing on the people that I serve in Brooklyn, but people all across the country, the assault on the economy, the ripping away of healthcare from everyday Americans, the unleashing.
I mean, I would have to challenge him on that. What do you mean the ripping day of healthcare of everyday Americans? I'm like, so there are still 70 million people on Medicaid right now. I mean, you know how much people were there in 2019? 71 million. So over the past 4 years, there's only 100 million people less on Medicaid. I mean, bro, if there's not only if it goes down to 65 million or 60 million people, then you could sit there and make that argument. But we're still sitting at 70 million people strong on Medicaid. So that whole lie about, millions of people are going to be thrown off and they're just going to die. As soon as they get the letter in the mail saying that you're not going to have Medicaid, it's just over. Heart attack sets in now. I mean, hey, that's just the way they're framing it.
Of masked ICE agents on law-abiding immigrant families throughout the country. And just the undermining of the rule of law, the targeting of Tish James, our Attorney General. All of these things, I think, require an all hands on deck as part of an effort to push back.
Now, your endorsement came a day before early voting began here in New York, which began today. And many wanted to know why you had waited late. I'd have known you for 20 years or more, and you've always been deliberate and strategic. And you've said that you may not agree on everything, but all of us are concerned about the rise in
Noah content. Let me give you a little help, dog, because I know where I'm not going to kick you or anything, but I'm just going to give you some real help. If you're wondering why these guys are kind of coming at your neck, you're saying they're in a cult. I mean, nobody's in a cult here. So already you're coming off the premise that we're some extremists in a cult. Don't you think you're already looking down on these people already from your position? You just came in looking down on people saying that they're cult members, trying to induce your pity on them that's not wanted. Don't you think you're going to get some backlash from that, my friend? And then, you come up with these, well, I would say already proven to be lies about Trump with the whole, what was it, bone spurs or him dodging the draft. It's like you're already coming out with lies. And here's the problem. You think that Trump's such a liar that you think we're all that you think that we're all cult followers. That's kind of what's going to piss people off and turn people against you. And you're not really arguing no facts against them. You have no facts to why you hate Trump so much. You really don't. And if we was to work down every reason why you hate Trump, I'm pretty sure we can debunk every one of them. Like, pretty sure. I'll even let you on here. We can go through the list.
And bigotry toward some of the immigrants, the anti-Semitism you raised nationwide on the rise, and Islamophobia. Some of the Islamophobia I've heard in this race is startling. But why did you think it's important to take your time with this decision, Congressman?
Well, he's not someone that I knew prior to him receiving the Democratic nomination. So I wanted to be able to sit down, have some conversations. There are areas of agreement that we've talked about, certainly on affordability and the need, in my view, to make sure that we deal with it decisively. That also includes, by the way, dealing with the supply and demand challenge. The demand for affordable housing in New York City and across the country greatly exceeds the supply. And so the only way for us.
Yeah, but here's a problem, though. It doesn't seem like Cuomo or Mandani really have the answer. I mean, Cuomo and Mandani don't have the answer for crime. They don't have the answer for affordable housing. I mean, it seems like all of their policies is going to only make the problem worse. You know what? Actually, never mind. I take that back. Cuomo's idea was way better than Mandani's. Cuomo had a way better way of just saying, look, we got to let these guys charge rent the way they want to, but we do got to build more houses or more living quarters to drive down the price of rent. So he actually had a pretty good idea by letting the landlords flourish, but also creating more apartment complexes, low-income housing to drive down rent prices because it's all about supply.
To decisively address this issue is to build our way out of it. And that's going to require public-private partnerships moving forward, something that I will lean into as it relates to, the mayoralty moving forward. But also, this is an important decision, as is every important decision. But the last few weeks, of course, Rev, I've been fully immersed in pushing back against the Trump administration and the Republicans who have shut down the federal government. They're depriving hardworking federal employees of their paychecks, either forcing them to work without pay or furloughing them. And this from an administration that's been targeting federal employees, having fired about 200,000 prior to the start of the government shutdown. And that type of extremism has, of course, continued. So,
but let's be real, though. You guys put yourself in this position. If y'all didn't shut down the government, Trump would have never been able to fire all these workers willy-nilly. And he's so-called cutting out the deep state or the Democrats that are bureaucrats who like to slow roll policies or like to misallocate funds because they don't like the policy that they got to handle. So, yes, I mean, Trump is literally cutting out the deep state in a way. And you guess what? You guys let him do it. You left them open to do it. As soon as y'all said it was okay to shut down the government, you gave Trump the green light to start gutting out the deep state or really the bureaucracy. And let's be real, it does need to be cut. So thanks, Dems. We appreciate that. We really do. I mean, like I said, way to shoot yourselves in the foot.
Let's get into that. Let's get into that because that's something I really want to talk to you about. We're in the 25th day of this government shutdown, and more than 1 million federal workers are going unpaid, many of them missing their first full paychecks yesterday. And the Pentagon says it just took a $130 million donation from a private donor to pay our troops. Where do negotiations to end this shutdown stand right now, Congressman?
Well, unfortunately, in day 25, what we've seen is that Donald Trump has shown zero interest and Republicans have shown zero interest in reopening the government. Our view from the beginning, Leader Schumer, Senate Democrats, House Democrats, we've all made clear that we will sit down with anyone, anytime, any place, either at the Capitol or back at the White House to negotiate a bipartisan agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people. But at the same time, we have to decisively address the Republican health care crisis because it is crushing everyday Americans, working class Americans, and middle class Americans. And Rev, this is in an environment where Republicans have enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, ripping health insurance away from more than 14 million Americans. Hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing all throughout the country, including in rural America. They are possibly going to.
Well, if you guys would have let things work the way they were supposed to, rural America was getting $100 billion in funding. Yes. 55 from the big, beautiful bill, and then another, what was it? Another 50 added later on. So what are y'all talking about? Y'all want to talk about rural hospitals, but then you don't want to talk about the fact that in the big, beautiful bill, there was a special fund set aside for rural hospitals. Billions of dollars. Billions, my friend. That would have covered the rural hospitals. So what are you guys talking about? And then you guys want to reverse that very funding that's given to rural hospitals. And then, but also, reinstate the funding of $200 billion to give healthcare to clinics that do not care about, your your legal status. Yes, there are clinics that do not care about your legal status, and they are funded by the government. And that is what we mean by illegals getting healthcare.
Bring to the country the largest cut to Medicare, $536 billion by the end of the year if Congress doesn't act, in our country's history. And now they refuse to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, resulting in premiums going up on tens of millions of Americans. And open enrollment is going to be upon us in about a week from today on November 1st. That requires decisive action, and that's been a consistent position that Democrats have taken over the last several weeks.
Now, President Trump is in Europe en route to Asia, where he's expected to meet with China's President Xi Jinping after he slapped new 100% tariffs on China due to a dispute over rare earth minerals. Earlier this week, he said we're suspending trade talks with Canada because he didn't like an ad paid for by the province of Ontario featuring audio from Ronald Reagan criticizing tariffs. Meeting with Xi over in the Asia conference, hitting at Canada. I mean, Congressman, do you see an actual strategy behind Trump's trade wars?
No, there's been no strategy, and we know that the Trump tariffs have increased costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year, which is part of the reality that under this administration...
Bro, wait, whoa. Go back, brother.
Wars?
No, there's been no strategy, and we know that the Trump tariffs have increased costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year, which is part of...
Bro, thousands of dollars per year. I mean, dog, it hadn't even been 1 year yet. So you can't even give us the numbers of how much tariffs have cost American for the first year. So I don't know. Can you stop, projecting, dog? Can you wait for the real numbers to come out? And no, tariffs are not costing Americans thousands of dollars. Like, nah. I mean, especially if you are starting to, shift your purchasing towards American-made products.
Of the reality that under this administration and their one big ugly bill, they've hurt everyday Americans as part of an effort to reward their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks. That's what the one big ugly...
Bro, no tariffs reward billionaires. When there's no tariffs to protect our domestic economy, they're allowed to take their factories, go build it for cheaper overseas, and then still be able to sell into here. I mean, that works out more in their interest than ever, than anything else. I mean, tax cuts don't matter when it comes to getting that cheap labor and better tax cuts overseas. It don't really matter. You guys want to cry about tax cuts, bro? Let's cry about the fact that they're taking our jobs overseas. Like, what about that? Like, y'all focus on the wrong thing. And the Dems are over here, like I said, like shaking pom-poms for the corporate elites by going against tariffs, which I thought honestly, I'll be real with you. For coming out of this Democratic Party at this day, I thought I'd never see it until April.
Bill has been all about. And everything that this administration has done, including what we've seen just yesterday, where we had inflation numbers that have been the highest throughout this presidency since January, showing once again that costs are increasing and moving in the wrong direction. And Donald Trump and Republicans, unfortunately, could care less.
Well, I thank you for being on tonight, but before I let you go, Congressman, we're glad to hear that you're all right after we learned that you received death threats from a January 6th rioter who was pardoned by President Trump. That rioter was arrested last week by New York State Police and charged with a felony for making a terroristic threat. But you've said that not single one of your Republican colleagues have reached out to you, which seems to me hypocritical when so many of them claiming the left is solely responsible for political violence.
I mean, nah, shut the hell up, because y'all haven't condemned Jay Jones and that man wishing death on children. Shut the hell up. Don't even try to hold us accountable for shit anymore. Don't try to hold us accountable for nothing at this point. Until you guys are willing to condemn Jay Jones, because I already condemned the guy who made those threats against Hakeem Jeffries. I don't want Hakeem Jeffries to die or nothing. I want that man to live a nice long life. But don't sit here and try to say that, oh, well, why have no Republicans reached out to him? I don't know. Maybe because, you guys haven't reached out to Jay Jones, asked him to step down for wishing death on children. Like, maybe that's why. Maybe we kind of see it as it's crazy how we're supposed to condemn political violence every time one of ours fuck up. But when your guys fuck up, you guys get behind them. You guys champion them. You put money into them and you let him run as attorney general. But you guys want us to... I can't believe that, bro. But you guys want us to get mad about a Republican not calling Hakeem Jeffries? Really? Insane, man. Insane.
In the U.S., and so many of them and so many of us made statements when the president was a target. Is that still the case? And how do you feel that we were told this man may even be released?
Yeah, that's still the case. It's been radio silence from my Republican colleagues.
I'm sorry. I wish I could sit there and say, hey, we need to condemn this man, put him under the jail, because I really do. We do need to put him under the jail because he shouldn't be threatening nobody's life, especially a politician's. Like, I'm always going to stand on that. No political violence. But when you guys sit here and you get behind Jay Jones, who wished death on children, and you want us to feel bad for you in this situation, it's hard to. It's literally hard to. And then you guys want to sit there and point out how the Republicans ain't get in contact with you. If I was a Republican, I wouldn't have got in contact with you. I'd have been petty and I'd have been like, so now you know what it feels like, to be a Republican getting a death threat. You ready to condemn Jay Jones?
That speaks for itself. And unfortunately, it's no surprise. I'm just thankful for our state and local law enforcement for their swift action. And most importantly, for what our brave men and women in uniform in law enforcement do each and every day.
No, actually, no, we did. A Republican did apologize. Remember the young Republicans text where the young guy stepped down for saying that Indians stink, but we can't get a Democrat to step down for wishing death on children. That's what I'm saying. We hold our side accountable. We hold our side accountable every single time, but every time it's time for you Dems to show that same mannerism, show that same type of, I guess, decency, y'all fail every single trip. Y'all had y'all chance with Charlie Kirk. You start making fun of the man's death. You had your chance with Jay Jones. This man is still running. You had y'all chance, and every time y'all fuck it up.
Maybe to protect the American people in an environment where we know thousands of folks were pardoned by Donald Trump, who engaged in brutally attacking the Capitol and assaulting police officers on January 6th. And now they've been released back then to communities across the nation, creating threats to the safety of everyday Americans. And that's my concern.
Well, you and your whole family, who I know well, remain in our prayers. And you've been a member of National Action Network. All of us are praying for you as we pray for any target, but certainly I'll pray for you at this time. Thank you for being with us in your first interview since your support was announced for the mayor's race here in New York. Democratic House Leader Hakeem Jeffries, thank you for being with us.
All right, now let's get back over, staying on the left side of media, and let's stick with food assistance. Let's see how it's going on that side.
From missed paychecks to shuttered services, Americans in every corner of the country are feeling the effects of the federal government shutdown. The impacts are showing up in everyday life, at airports, grocery stores, and even classrooms. Let's start with the skies. You've probably heard about the growing chaos at airports. Flight delays and cancellations are piling up as TSA employees and air traffic controllers continue to work without pay. And since the shutdown began, there have been more than 215 air traffic control staffing shortages reported at FAA facilities nationwide. And that's more than 4 times the number reported this time last year. And just yesterday, Transportation Secretary warned that if the FAA determines flights cannot operate safely, well, you can expect more delays and cancellations straight ahead. And it's not just flying that is taking a hit. Transportation projects on the ground could also come to a halt. That's everything from subway repair projects to major roadway construction. Without federal funding, much of that work could be paused indefinitely. Families are also feeling the strain. Many home buyers, for example, are being left in limbo, according to the National Association of Realtors. More than a third of all home buyers rely on federally backed loans. But with the shutdown, applications for programs like USDA loans have stopped entirely, putting countless deals on hold. Food assistance programs are on the line as well. In just 1 week, funding could run out for programs that help nearly 42 million Americans put food on the table. About 1 in 8 Americans rely on SNAP. That's the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, better known as food stamps. And nearly 7 million pregnant women, new moms, and young children who usually get help through WIC, Women, Infants, and Children. Those programs, well, without government funding, all of those benefits could vanish. Some education programs that serve some of the nation's neediest preschoolers are also at risk. Head Start programs serving about 6,500 low-income kids are already operating without funding. And the National Head Start Association warns that programs supporting another 59,000 kids could lose funding by next week. Even the courts are feeling the pinch. The judicial branch ran out of full funding on Monday, which could lead to court closures, delayed cases, and widespread disruptions in the federal system.
And that's tough because the tariffs are supposed to be heard out in court like this month. So how are we going to get the hearing on tariffs if, you know, these guys ain't got no money?
And if you're hoping to spend your weekend exploring a national museum or park, well, you might be out of luck. All Smithsonian museums, including research centers and the National Zoo in the nation's capital, remain closed. The zoo assures that animals are being cared for, but the doors are still shut for the public. And while many national parks are still partially open, access is limited. About 9,000 park employees have been furloughed, leaving many visitor centers unstaffed, bathrooms unattended, and could mean emergency responses are delayed.
Well, I mean, that's put a pause to everything. Man, I mean, and the Dems still like Dems. Y'all still don't want to, you know, reinstate health care. I mean, you are costing a lot of Americans some money, and it's costing the government money, and you're slowing down the process. All over 1.5 trillion in healthcare. Are y'all sure this is the hill y'all want to die on? Because it's turning into, it's the Schumer shutdown. It's solidified in history as the Schumer shutdown. So just know that there is no escaping blame on this. I mean, come on now, yo. You guys could open it like what? By the 28th, and this could all be forgiven, and we could pretend like this never happened.
This shutdown.
Okay, we won't pretend like it never happened, but it could be forgiven.
Is already the second longest in U.S. history. And with no end in sight, we could see even more disruptions in the days ahead. The impacts look different depending on where you live. Check your state's official website for the latest information on how the U.S. government shutdown could be affecting you. And to zero in even further, nearly a month into the government shutdown, with more than 750,000 federal workers being furloughed, now many of the people in charge of protecting the country's nuclear weapons are off the job. This week, 1,400 employees at the Energy Department's National Nuclear Security Administration received furlough notices, leaving less than 400 people to safeguard the nation.
Like, Mark, get your facts straight. There is no proof that Trump is a 5-time draft dodger. No, bro. Actually he couldn't even get into the army because of bone spurs. Let's be real. This diagnosis was given to him by his doctor. So unless you can go back in time and find out if his doctor was, I don't know, paid, corrupted by his father, whatever, unless you can find proof, then what you're saying makes no sense, and there's no need to fact check it, because it will tell you that he didn't go to the army, or he didn't go into war because of bone spurs. That's it. That's all. I mean, you guys trying to call him a draft dodger makes no sense whatsoever.
Nation's nuclear stockpile. What does it all mean? Let's discuss right now with international security analyst Jim Walsh. He's also a senior research associate at MIT's Security Studies program. Jim, always great to see you.
Bro, there is no reputable source that says Trump's a draft dodger. I'll be quite honest with you. There is no reputable source that says Trump's a draft dodger, because they'd be sued out their ass. And not because they're right, it's because they would be wrong. If they was to say that Trump dodged the draft, they would be wrong. It would be Trump was medically he was medically disproved. He got disapproval from going into the military or into war because of his medical condition. That's it. That's what we have on paper. Nothing else. Anything you guys try to say is just, erroneous speculation.
So it sounds alarming, even if you don't know the details and what this all means. So, of course, folks are wondering, including me, just how concerning this should be to everyone.
Well, it is concerning. I mean, the Secretary of Energy said that if this continues, it does represent
Content. I never said he didn't have bone spurs. What are you talking about, bro? You're done. I mean, bro, look, I don't go with the people who sit there and try to say one thing like, dog, I know exactly what I said. And I said that he had bone spurs. That's it. And that's the argument you guys can't fight. There is no reputable source. You can go look it up. That said that Trump's a draft dodger. It's only it's only left-wing lunatics that say that, who have TDS. That's the only people who say it, and can never prove it.
an increase in risk.
But
now, you've heard different commenters say different things. Would an enemy attack us at a moment of weakness? Does this weaken deterrence? I really don't think that's what this is about. I think it's about something big, though, and that is the accidents or errors that can be made when you're involved in a very complex system like building and dismantling nuclear weapons. And that's a system that's taken, Frederica, a lot of hits this year. You'll remember back in February, Doge came in. They fired more than 300 workers. Then they said, oops, sorry, that was a mistake. They attempted to rehire them. There have been lots of retirements. People got, had the budgets cut. Now they're getting furloughed. Then they're not getting paid. Trump said, well, we're not going to pay you back pay. At least he floated that proposal. So I think morale at these agencies, or in particular the Nuclear Security Administration, is low. You have experienced people who are leaving, and you can't make up for that experience by hiring a new worker. Can't do that in a year. So I worry that there are going to be mistakes, especially if they.
You know what? Look, I'll address the claim right now. And just so we could go ahead and put this whole bone spurs things to rest. Here are the key facts. One, he got student determined in 1964 and 1968 because he was a student. That was common in America. So there's no special treatment there. Of course, there was medical deferment. After graduating, he was classified as a 1Y, unqualified for service except in a national emergency due to bone spurs in his heels, according to selective service records. A physical examination. He passed in an initial physical, but was later disqualified for medical reasons. Many men received student and medical deferment during this era, and it was legal in common. So you guys calling him a draft dodger? You're really incorrectly doing so, because one, he had temporary bone spurs. Two, the man, and he was also going to school. He had school deferment, which was things that you were allowed to do back in the day. It was a very common practice. So, like I said, you guys trying to radicalize Trump for being a draft dodger. I mean, where's your case on that? What's your argument on that? And I mean, why haven't y'all done the research, you know, to look up the selective services all the way going back to 1964? If y'all even know the date, like why have y'all done that much investigation into it? It's easy
to shut everything down, pack it all away, then unpack it and start up again after the shutdown. The to and the fro, the disruption, the morale, the lack of staff. That's how you get an accident. Well, it's still a small likelihood, but you know, you get what happens is you get sort of one bad thing happening, and that's okay. You can manage that. But then something else you don't expect. Maybe it's a weather event, maybe it's a crisis. Something else happens. And now it's two things interacting together, and that's when you get big problems. So I don't think the sky is falling, but this is, you know, building and dismantling nuclear weapons is serious business. And we need to be fully staffed and fully up to deal with those challenges.
And it would seem very stressful as well. And you talk about how demoralizing it might be for, you know, a number of staff, those who are furloughed. And then, of course, you know, this is such a specialty. It's not like, transitioning into, you know, the private sector is going to be fluid and easy either. So talk to me about what a lot of people who are especially working for the Department of Energy are thinking and feeling about their options, their future near and far.
Well, what happens when organizations are in disarray is that the folks who can move, which tend to be the, you know, very talented people, they will find opportunities to land elsewhere. And some large share of them will simply retire. They're just going to say, I'm not putting up with this anymore. I've had it. And they're gone. And then if you have someone with 20 years of experience, 30 years of experience, you know, then you're going to retrain those people. It takes a long time to get that back. They all have to get security clearances. There's all sorts of things that have to happen. And one thing I would underline about this particular situation we're in, again, well, I would say two things. One, it comes in this context of all this other disruption. Like that's been happening since February. So this is added on top of that. And the second thing I would say is we've never done this before. We've had shutdowns. Never have they furloughed the nuclear workers like they are doing right now. And my own view, this is what I tell my spouse anyway, is anytime I do something the first time, I'm probably going to mess it up. So the fact that we've never done this and now we're going to do this about this sensitive thing, that also makes me a little nervous.
Oh my, okay. And then I want to ask you about these three.
Well, I mean, let's be real. If it makes you that nervous, I mean, y'all would really be pushing the Dems to open up the government instead of trying to ask Trump, well, you need to negotiate with them. He did. He did negotiate with them. He gave them an extension on Obamacare healthcare subsidies, and then they revealed who they really were by saying, no, we want it to be permanent. How can you sit there and trust anybody once they do that in negotiating? Once you give them what they want, and then they're like, all right, well, now you gave us an inch. Let me take a mile and see if we can get it permanent. At that point, you got to treat them guys exactly how Trump is treating them. All right, now you get nothing because I gave you guys something. You want to take that to the extreme. They gave them a 1-year extension on the Obamacare healthcare subsidies. Now they want to try to make it permanent plus $1.5 trillion in spending. There's no negotiating with these guys. There isn't. Because they're not even willing to even come down off the 1.5 trillion. I don't know, meet in the middle somewhere. They're not wanting to take the extensions on the healthcare subsidy that they say if they say that if it didn't pass, it was going to triple your healthcare premium. So I guess that didn't really matter all too much. But hey, here we are.
National security issue, it's also a resource issue and an influence issue. And this is why we are posturing the way that we are posturing, because Venezuela doesn't have the ability to actually defend itself against our military might. The designation of these criminal organizations as a terrorist organization is nothing.
Yeah, we're going to get into why the U.S. is hell-bent on going after Venezuela. Myron, had a pretty good rant on it and a really good explanation. So I'll give it to him on that one. And okay, well, I guess I can grill you in the chat. Mark, bro, you got cooked, bro. You got cooked. You couldn't give me an explanation for why you're over here saying he's a draft dodger. I gave you all the facts and you couldn't dispute it. You said, nah, just move on, bro. Just move on. I have no facts, so just move on. I was like, okay, bro, we will move on, but we will call you out for getting cooked because you had nothing to say. And I mean, sure, my family's very proud of me. Thank you for asking.
More than a ruse to justify aggression towards Venezuela to instigate either a revolution, an assassination, or Maduro fleeing, like Bashar al-Assad did. All right. Okay, let's get into Venezuela real quick. Okay, guys, let's get into Venezuela, and then we'll go into our main story, which is Tucker Carlson. But let's go ahead and cover Venezuela because, guys, what's going on with Venezuela is nuts. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm actually very split in my view of this because on one end, I understand that these narco traffickers have been a problem for a very long time. But on the other side, I don't want a war, and we're dangerously close to flirting with one, right? And I don't think a war on drugs justifies a potential real military conflict. Does that make sense? So let's go ahead and kind of get into this from the beginning.
Drugs looks like.
I see boats coming in like loaded up the other day with all sorts of drugs, and we're going to take them out.
The U.S. military destroyed these boats in international
And I think they've killed somewhere between 30 to 40 different people in all of these strikes.
Waters off of Venezuela's shores. Trump is justifying the controversial attacks as targeting narco-terrorists. It's the biggest U.S. military deployment in the region of the 21st century.
Since the war on terrorism.
And it could also be targeting Venezuela's leader Nicolas Maduro's grip.
Well, let's be clear about this. Let's be absolutely crystal clear on this topic. This war on narco-terrorism, guys, is a regime change strategy. Maduro has always been a problem for the United States. And we're going to go into why in a little bit here. But I called this. If you guys remember, all the real niggas remember back in January. Remember when Trump was signing all those executive orders and he designated Tren de Aragua's terrorist organization? He named a lot of these Mexican cartels as terrorist organizations, etc. Remember that, guys? What did I tell you guys back then? I told you guys they're doing this so that they can use military and intelligence resources to combat this problem. Historically speaking, when it came to the war on drugs, it was a law enforcement only situation, which means gather evidence, bring it in court of law, indict them, charge them, pretty much ends there. DEA, FBI, HSI, we're leading the run on that one. But once Trump came in and designated these cartels as terrorist organizations, well, now the gloves are off because now you can use the full weight of the Department of Defense, aka now called the Department of War, as well as the intelligence community, like the CIA, like the NSA, right? Now you can use all of these tools that were historically used that are still in place from the war on terror 20 years prior. Now you can use them against narco traffickers. And what does that mean? Targeted airstrikes, lethal kinetic explosions against these individuals, like Pete Hegseth has been showing on Twitter, that they're declassifying as it happens. We basically turned the Mohammeds into Miguels. And I told you guys this at the beginning of the year. Did I not predict this? I told you guys that they were going to leverage the might of the military and the intelligence community, the IC, to take on far more aggressive action against these drug trafficking organizations.
And I said the same thing. I said, yo, once Trump put these guys as a terrorist organization, it greenlit them to be struck at any moment. It greenlit them to be investigated or spied on by the CIA. I mean, we can go ahead and now blow boats in the sea, just like we was doing with the Houthis. We're treating them just like the terrorist label we gave them. But when Trump started talking about, oh, all right, we're going to start doing land strikes, that's where it gets iffy, and that's where it can draw into a greater regional conflict.
Because once you label them the T word, yeah, it's pretty much a wrap.
Yeah, you're fatality.
Let's get back to it.
On power. So is this really a war on drugs from Venezuela, or is the U.S. up to something bigger in the Caribbean?
So is it a drug war or a power grab?
The Roosevelt Roads naval base in Puerto Rico was shut down in 2004. For the last 2 decades, it was abandoned and slowly being reclaimed by nature. But now, the U.S. military is back, and with their most advanced fighters, Reaper drones, and Osprey tilt-rotor aircraft. Puerto Rico is a largely self-governed territory of the U.S. The U.S. military buildup is not only on the island, it's taking place across the Caribbean, with warships, aircraft, and even a nuclear-powered submarine. And their sights are set on Venezuela.
Man.
It's a significant deployment. We haven't seen anything like this in a
Yeah, we've been mobilizing quite a bit of military assets close to Venezuela to assert dominance.
generation.
Christopher Hernandez Roy is an expert on the Americas and on geopolitics at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a U.S. think tank.
For a counter.
Now, guys, I've never seen this video, but let me give you guys my take real quick before he gives his, just so you guys know where I kind of stand, and I can give some commentary on his. Basically, it's very simple, okay? There are two main powers, maybe three, okay? You have the Western Hemisphere that is run by us, the United States, where we exercise the most dominance and influence. Then you have the China-Russia corridor in the East, okay, where they exercise their dominance. One of the reasons why America's been able to stay a superpower for so long is because we are isolated. We have a strategically beautiful position where you have to traverse a lot of water and ocean to get to us, okay? We're smack dab in the middle of both the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean, where you have to cross these large bodies of water to actually attack us. This is why the United States is able to put military bases all over the world while keeping the homeland actually safe. This doesn't get talked about enough, how we have a huge geographical strategic advantage from a military standpoint, okay? It's very difficult for people to invade us and or attack us the way that we are situated. So we enjoy hegemony in this part of the world for a multitude of different reasons. Strong military, economic might, strategic positioning geographically, all these different things. Now, Venezuela's current dictator, Maduro, is pretty much liked and disliked by a lot of his constituents. And America views him as a dictator that does not run fair elections and a narco trafficker. He's been indicted several times in New York and the Southern District of Florida, him and many of his people in his cabinet, higher ups in his government, for drug trafficking, right? And as a matter of fact, there's a big bounty on his head. We covered this a couple of weeks ago, where he has something like a $50 million bounty on his head. Guys, to put things in perspective for you, this is more than Osama bin Laden had during the height of 9/11.
God damn.
Okay? 50 million is a lot. I think Osama's peak was 30 million. So that should put into perspective for you guys how badly they want this guy out of power. Now you're probably asking, Myron, why? Is it oil? Is it their reserves? Is it their natural resources, etc.? Well, it's a combination of things. As you guys know, they have a huge supply of like crude oil, similar to what we have here in the United States. A lot of natural resources. But the other thing also that the United States doesn't like is that Maduro is aligned with and is supported by many of our enemies.
Yep.
To include China, Iran, and Russia. Okay? Ever since...
they buy the oil from them. I mean, shoot. What was it? I know she was in Venezuela and gave the man a brand new phone. They worked out some type of tech deal. So Venezuela and China work really close. The Venezuela and Russia work really close. Iran and Venezuela, not too much. They operate somewhat, but not as deeply as Venezuela operate with China. And you can kind of see where that gets a bit concerning with America. I mean, let's be real. We're trying to have dominance in our area. And it does seem like China is trying to work their influence over our way.
World War II, with the Cold War era, the United States has been fighting a silent, right, and non-traditional warfare with Russia, okay, with the Cold War. Some people say it's over. Some people think it's still going on. I think it's still going on, maybe not at the same level where we had the communism paranoia of the post-World War II era. But I think it's safe to say that we shake hands with the Russians and the Chinese, but we have our fingers crossed behind our backs. Right? We understand that they have nuclear weapons. We have nuclear weapons. So diplomacy is required. However, we don't trust each other. If I can boil it down into layman's terms for you guys from a geopolitical perspective. We shake hands in public, but backstab each other when no one's looking. They catch our spies in Russia and China all the time. We catch their spies in the United States all the time. This is why the FBI has active counterintelligence groups that target Russian foreign intelligence and Chinese foreign intelligence. Okay? Now that we have that out the way, since Maduro is aligned with these other powers, this presents a problem for us.
Yeah, I mean, bro, to be aligned with the cartels, China, Russia, and Iran, I mean, to be aligned with all of our top enemies is wild. That's a wild position to put yourself in. So I can't really feel too bad for Maduro. I mean, bro, you couldn't have aligned at least one ally. You decided to align with all of our top enemies, each and every one. It's real smart, man, real smart. And then he's wondering why we're coming down on him so hard. I mean, dog, check your contact list and tell us why you got our enemies in there.
And the United States wants, given Venezuela's rich resources, they want a government there that is going to be pro-U.S. Think of Venezuela and Maduro right now as the equivalent of Fidel Castro, the former dictator of Cuba, who we've had a long-standing beef with, right? Now, there are other countries as well that we have problems with. Nicaragua come to mind and some others. Colombia now even, who used to be a great ally, but now we're kind of beefing with them a little bit because the current president of Colombia doesn't see eye to eye with our support of Israel. And Maduro also does not like Israel as well. Another fun fact for you guys. He's pro-Palestine. He does not recognize Israel as a sovereign state and is against Zionism.
Ooh.
Right? So he's against Zionism, as an ally of Iran, ally of China.
Ooh, I mean, yeah, that's one of the reasons why Rubio don't like him either. I mean, he's kind of cooked on that one. So, bro, at least you could have done was recognize the Jewish state, man. That's the least you could have done. Now you allied with all our top enemies and you don't recognize Israel. I mean, dog, you're cooked. He's cooked. CIA assassination coming soon.
Ally of Russia. And they're in our part of the hemisphere. And they have resources. Well, my friends, this is the perfect storm for a coup. What is a coup? A coup, my friends, is where intelligence agencies, well, let's go back a little bit.
What?
For you guys to really understand this, I need to kind of explain this. After World War I and World War II, the concept of trench warfare and actually being on a battlefield and shooting and killing each other was something that the world didn't want to engage in again. Millions of people died during World War II. It was a very dark time in human history. So after World War II, what we saw was the explosion of intelligence agencies. And the goal of these intelligence agencies, to include the OSS, by the way, the OSS became the CIA. Real nigga stand up.
Welcome. Punch!
Okay, the Office of Strategic Services, aka the O/Squad. But anyway, shameless plug. But we saw the rise of intelligence agencies. And what these intelligence agencies basically did was, instead of getting into traditional ground type warfare with large casualties, let's go ahead and take a more scaffold and refined approach. Let's overthrow governments. Let's use dissenters in that country against the leadership. Let's do false flags. Let's destabilize them economically. And this, my friends, was the beginning of the intelligence era, post-World War II. We went from dropping bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to staging false flag attacks and assassinating leaders, utilizing in-country dissenters to do our dirty work for us. Intelligence agencies are notorious for paying rebel, militia, and terrorist groups to attack and or overthrow governments that we don't like. I'll give you an example. The most recent version of this is what happened with Syria. As you guys know, Ahmed al-Shara, aka El-Jolani, the guy that used to be a part of Al-Qaeda, he was able to overthrow the Syrian government in 3 weeks. Okay? He was able to get the Assad regime out of Syria after several decades of rule. How did he do it? How did a bunch of ragtag militia fighters out of the corners of Syria overthrow a leader that was backed by the Russians? Well, a bunch of different things happened. Now, obviously, I'm not going to go through every single thing, but I'm going to make it very nice and simple for you guys so you understand. The war that Israel had conducted with Lebanon in 2024, where they did the Patriot attack and they destroyed the leadership and the bombing and killing and assassination of Hassan Nasrallah and Fuad Shukr and a bunch of other individuals, led to an opening gap where Hezbollah was weakened and could not protect the Bashar al-Assad regime. On top of this, Russia was waging a war against Ukraine and did not have the resources to support Bashar al-Assad with air superiority like they've done in the past. Bashar al-Assad has been able to stay in power for all these decades because Russians gave him magnificent air superiority over these militia groups. And they were never able to actually come in and destabilize him. But with Russia having their hands full, as well as Hezbollah being dismantled, this opened up the door for Ahmed al-Shara to take over Syria within a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, once they took over Syria, I mean, Israel completely did a whole blitzkrieg on their air base. I mean, destroyed every ship they had, pretty much destroying any air superiority they once held. Like, completely gone, decimated, no longer exist.
This was done through Israeli intervention, intelligence groups, etc. The Mossad deliberately, basically, what they did was, because the Patriot attack was done by Mossad, they decapitated the Hezbollah leadership, and that allowed the opening for the rebel group, backed by the Israelis in America, by the way, to take over Syria. This is just one example of how intelligence agencies work to destabilize governments.
Yep.
I can name a bunch of others, but that's the most recent one that we can use. So
yeah, and let's be real, Trump, like I said, I'm not sure if Trump meant to slip up like this, but he did confirm that the CIA is working or carrying out operations in Venezuela. So Hey, if you want to know how we know what's on those drug boats and who's on the drug boats, hey, it might be coming from the CIA. I can neither confirm nor deny.
You guys have a modern example of how this shit works. But we can talk about the Maidan revolution in Ukraine, where the pro-Russia leader was basically overthrown and Zelensky was put in, who was a NATO puppet. Why? Because the United States wanted more influence in that part of the world. And this is precisely why Russia invaded Ukraine, to avoid that. Now let's bring it full circle with Venezuela. As you guys can see, when you are influenced by another foreign power close to the United States doesn't like that. Same thing with Russia. If you're influenced by NATO and Western powers and you're close to Russia, they don't like that. So for all intents and purposes, we're like Russia and Venezuela's like Ukraine, if I was to give you a functional equivalent to a degree. I would argue the Russians actually have far more justification to invade Ukraine than we do with the military posturing we're having now, but that's a discussion for another day. Because at least the Russians can articulate that Ukraine used to be a part of them. They're similar people, they have a similar language, etc. So I think the Russians have a stronger argument to invade Ukraine than we do. But our invasion isn't just a national security issue, it's also a resource issue and an influence issue. And this is why we are posturing the way that we are posturing. Because Venezuela doesn't have the ability to actually defend itself against our military might. So this is why we're able to destroy these ships with little to no consequence. This is why we're able to stage our military assets right in their waters or close to their waters. This is why we're able to project the potential of force with almost no consequence, because we run this side of the world. And they're going to continue to do this until one of two things happens. Until Maduro...
Yeah, I mean, we do have complete dominance on this side of the hemisphere. Like, bro, who can stop us? In this side of the hemisphere, what country could stop us? Like, remotely. Like, the only countries, all the countries that are a threat to us is on the other side of the hemisphere, on the other side of the world. So we didn't even got to really worry about nobody on our side. Who in Latin America can F with us? Nobody. Can Canada F with us? Nope. I mean, nobody. We could damn near take this entire thing and make it USA if we wanted to. But we're not. We're not imperialists. And I don't believe in imperialism. But Myron does have a good point. It's like, we do run this side of the world, and who's going to stop us? Who can stop us? And because we have the strategic advantage of just being able to pull up there fast. And God forbid we start putting like our nuclear submarines around there, then there's nothing no other country could do. We just control the Caribbean Sea, and who's gonna stop us? Who's gonna stop us on our side? Nobody. Now, like I said, do I approve of this strong arming? Nah, it could create regional dysfunction, and it might cause some people to start hating Americans. It may. Usually when you just, put your military boot on people's neck, it kind of leaves a bad taste in their mouth, and not just the mud.
Relinquishes leadership and leaves Venezuela, or he's killed. And I think one of those two are inevitable at this point. The designation of these criminal organizations as a terrorist organization is nothing more than a ruse to justify aggression towards Venezuela, to instigate either a revolution, an assassination, or Maduro fleeing, like Bashar al-Assad did. Now, let's go into a dream scenario. Maduro's already called for peace and doesn't want war with us for obvious reasons.
Yeah,
but the United States is not going to stop. If I was Maduro at this point...
Actually, Maduro released the video, and bro, that video was so freaking hilarious. Like, I wasn't even sure that... I didn't even think it was real for a second there. I low-key had to check if it was AI. I'm going to see if I can find this video, because this video is absolutely, like, hilarious. Let's see, like, what was it? Maduro's message to Trump. If I could find it, that'd be too funny. Let me see here.
I would be talking to the Iranians or the Russians, probably the Russians, about fleeing and just letting the United States have it.
Damn.
He's already wildly unliked by his constituents. Venezuela's a shithole of a country. You're going to die or get captured anyway.
Yeah.
Because unlike Bashar al-Assad, you're also indicted for war crimes in the United States and narco trafficking. So honestly, I think invasion and or destabilizing of him is imminent. We know that the CIA is working over there. We know that the NSA is collecting signals intelligence, and we're blowing up their boats. Kind of the test run, what it'll be like. And then there was also talk of us potentially doing land invasions. So if you're Maduro, I think you got to be smart here and turn into Goku. The Russians almost always take in political asylum seekers, from American problems, so to speak. They did it with Snowden. They did it with Bashar al-Assad. I'm sure they would do it for Maduro as well. But I will absolutely tell you guys that Maduro's time is ticking, and that is why they want him out.
All right, here. Let me see if I can find this Maduro video. Okay, here it is. This is it.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace.
Yes, this is 100% real.
Gangs and foreign terrorist organizations. It was my honor.
Brillante, iluminada y bendecida. Y les quiero dejar de mira, pónganse aquí, mira, porque yo.
They've wanted a ballroom here. We don't have a ballroom. We have a little.
No crazy war, no crazy war.
No
please,
crazy.
Please, please. Yes, peace, peace forever, peace forever. Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado.
Y ofensiva permanente. Perfecta fusión.
To be honest with you, I couldn't even tell if this man is serious or not right now, what he's doing. I could not even tell you if this man is 100% serious because it's really hard to tell. Like, I'll be honest with you. When you come out like that, it's really hard to tell. Peace, peace, no death, peace.
Popular, militar y policial.
A todos los comandantes, a todos los niveles.
Demostración, este despliegue inmediato que hay.
Identificado, pues ya previa planificación.
Not war, not war, not war. Yes.
But yeah, that's pretty much the message that Maduro had for us. Not war, not war. He wants peace, and everybody should just, you know, quell all the drama, man. It's like, you know, Trump, send the boats back, man. Let me, you know, work with the cartel. Let me work with all my enemies. Let me transport drugs and make money. And also let me ignore election results. Like, Maduro, I'm sorry, but we can't even let you do it no more. Yeah, you had a good run. You had a good run. You lost your election. The people don't want you no more, so you might as well step down from power and let that nice lady who won the Nobel Peace Prize take over. Let's see how she does. But yeah, we are shooting for regime change in Venezuela, for sure, for sure. It'll be way easier to get that in Venezuela than in Iran. And I mean, it does be real. We want regime changes in both places. But, you know, well, Venezuela is a whole lot easier.
Democrat in the House, Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He joins us from his Brooklyn, New York district. Good morning.
Good morning. Great to be with you.
Well, Leader Jeffries, Treasury Secretary Bessent said the shutdown is starting to affect the economy, and by November 15th, the troops will not be paid. Do you expect the shutdown to last that long?
I certainly hope not. This is day 26 of the Trump Republican shutdown, and as Democrats, we've maintained from the very beginning and continue to maintain we will sit down anytime, any place with anyone, either at the Capitol or back at the White House, to reopen the government, to negotiate a bipartisan spending agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people, and to decisively address the Republican health care crisis, particularly as it relates to the urgent need to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits so we can prevent tens of millions of Americans from experiencing dramatically increased health insurance premiums that will make access to a doctor unaffordable.
I want to come back to health care in a moment, but the Treasury Secretary accused you of playing politics personally. And I know that your Democratic whip, Catherine Clark, said on Fox this past week that shutdowns are terrible, but as she put it, it's one of the few leverage items Democrats have. Do you think Democrats are gaining from this fight?
No, our focus continues to be on driving down the high cost of living for everyday Americans.
Yeah, but right now you're driving up the cost of living by not opening the government. I mean, don't you think you're kind of driving up the cost of living for those people who's not getting their paychecks, Hakeem Jeffries? Isn't it kind of crazy to talk about cost of living when you guys are letting the government shut down and it's costing people their paychecks, you know, to afford their cost of living? I mean, it's kind of crazy how to even let them talk for even a second without interrupting and being like, come on, man, you know, that's BS. Like, do you really care about the people? Because if you did, this wouldn't be, you know, you guys would have tried to work things out with the Republicans on healthcare reforms instead of shutting down the government and hurting the American people. And then you're over here trying to get all of the American people to shift blame on the Republicans for something that, well, you guys did. And you guys shut the government down because you guys want more spending. And trust me, the American people are seeing right through it. Now, the guys with TDS, I mean, look, they'll always believe the bullshit you got to say because Trump can do no good in their eyes. But people with common sense see right through what the Dems are doing.
Donald Trump and Republicans promised that they would lower costs on day one. We know costs haven't gone down. They're going up. Inflation is moving in the wrong direction. The Trump tariffs have made life more expensive for the American people to the tune of thousands of additional dollars per year. We know that electricity bills are through the roof. Housing costs are too high. Childcare costs are too high. Groceries too expensive. And now tens of millions of Americans are at risk of having their premiums explode. In some cases, by $1,000 to $2,000 per year. That's what this fight for us is all about. Republicans have come up.
No, it is not. It's not about healthcare subsidies. If it was, then you would admit that, yeah, well, the Republicans gave us a 1-year extension, but we asked for permanent. But that doesn't sound good with y'all argument, does it, Akeem? Like, he knows that he just can't sit there and tell you guys, well, they offered us 1 year, but we wanted permanent. The American people look at y'all like y'all stupid and be like, okay, but you're saying that they're trying to, increase our healthcare premiums, but they at least gave you a year to work something out, right? So why not just take that year? Healthcare premiums don't skyrocket and we're all good. Oh, I forgot, because he's too busy trying to radicalize people against the right or the Republicans.
With a new conspiracy theory every week for the last 6 weeks. The Democratic position, Margaret, has been clear. Cancel the cuts, lower the costs, save healthcare.
Well, that was the quote from the whip herself when she said leverage. But I hear you on rising healthcare costs, but the immediate term, people aren't getting paid. 750,000 federal workers are on unpaid leave.
Yeah, I'm be real with you. The left-wing media is starting to turn against the Dems. They're like, bro, do y'all not understand what we're telling you? People are not getting paid. You're hurting the American people. And sadly, we can't just sit here and call it the Dems' fault, because there are Dems out there saying that this is a Schumer shutdown. I mean, yes, there are Democratic politicians out there saying, yes, this is our strategy to get you guys health care, to solve the healthcare crisis, to shut down the government. You guys are admitting it. And here's the thing. I mean, there's people that agree with you, like, all right, cool. Yeah, we're all good with healthcare. We do want reforms to healthcare. We don't want it to be absorbently expensive, but shutting down the government isn't it. And then you guys want to talk about, oh, Trump doesn't want to negotiate. Why don't y'all just open up back the government so people can get paid again and y'all can negotiate reforms to healthcare? And then y'all can, like, I be real with you, eviscerate each other in the news about that during negotiations. Why don't y'all do that instead? Because they don't really have no plan for healthcare. They just want to pump money into honestly a failing system. And they're just going to keep doing it. They don't want healthcare reforms. They just want to keep pumping money into a healthcare system that's going to continuously fail.
80% of the folks who work on our nuclear program are included in that figure. The Agriculture Secretary said there will be delays in food stamps for many of the 41 million people who rely on SNAP. And then at airports across the country, half of the flight delays, according to the Transportation Secretary, are because of staffing shortages. This pain is real now. So is there a point at which it becomes too great to justify continuing the shutdown?
Good job, sis. You're doing a good job over here. Because, yes, the pain is felt now, but you're trying to tell American people, like, please sit through the pain of not being paid because your insurance premiums will rise. And we're just looking at Akeem like, Akeem, if these people are not getting paid, like, it's going to be 10 times worse when their insurance premium rises. And guess what? Even when the Obama healthcare subsidies get a 1-year extension, it's still, healthcare premium prices are still going to go up by at least 18%. So people are going to be mad at the Dems, looking at them like, yo, you guys told us that you guys were fighting for the healthcare premiums, but they still went up even with the healthcare subsidies. Why didn't you tell us that? Because it didn't go good with the argument of F Trump, back then. So you trust me, you Dems are about to F around and find out when these healthcare premiums still go up, even when the Republicans give you guys the extension on the healthcare subsidies. And you're going to see how much the Dems lie to you.
Well, there is an urgent need to reopen the government, which is why we continue to demand that Republicans sit at the negotiating table so we can enact a spending agreement that's bipartisan in nature. That's what we've called for from the very beginning.
But the Republicans are saying they won't do that until you pass the funding bill, the clean funding bill that already passed the House. Why can't Democrats in the Senate get on board with that?
Yep. Well, we've made clear, and I'm thankful for the leadership of Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats, that we were not going to support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people in an environment where Republicans have already enacted.
That's a lie. It doesn't continue to gut. It continues to continue funding of healthcare. Like, healthcare is going to stop being funded if you let the government shut down. So, I mean, let's just keep it real. I mean, come on now. Y'all don't make no sense. Actually, no, never mind. Healthcare is actually pretty safe, actually, when it comes to these government shutdowns. But it is kind of funny how you're kind of trying to make the case for healthcare right now in this government shutdown. I'm just like, bro, if you guys really cared about healthcare, you wouldn't shut the government down for it, because you would understand that people need their jobs to afford healthcare costs. And then you guys shutting the government down, keeping money out of their pockets while telling them about how healthcare prices are going to skyrocket is only going to further stress them out because they can't even get paid. Like, why are y'all doing this? And y'all know, and they know they're dead wrong for this. But hey, man, they don't want to get primaried because they're not going hard enough against Trump.
The largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing all across the country. There's the possibility that Medicare could face a $536 billion cut, the largest cut to Medicare in history, if Congress doesn't act by the end of this year because of what Republican policies have done in their one big ugly bill. And now they refuse to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. That impacts working class Americans.
Wrong. I actually wanted to give you guys a 1-year extension. If you look up the viral video of that one politician, was it lawyer? He walked up to Hakeem Jeffries and said, why don't you sign it? We're giving you guys the 1-year extension on the subsidies. Sign it right now. We thought that's what you were going all over mainstream media, yelling how we're trying to raise healthcare premiums over these Obamacare subsidies. He put it right in Hakeem Jeffries' face. 1-year extension. Sign it. Hakeem Jeffries had nothing to say to him, but did you get that approved by your boss? I'm like, bro, I'm pretty sure he got the Republicans to all sign on to that 1-year extension. All you had to do was sign it. Like, but hey, it's not, like I told you, it's not about these healthcare subsidies. Like, obviously, if it was, then they'd have been opened it up because the Republicans gave them a 1-year extension on it.
Middle-class Americans, and everyday Americans throughout the country, including in rural America.
Well, they haven't refused. Leader Thune said he'd even put that up for a vote if you open the government first. But next Saturday is the beginning of open enrollment. I mean, people are going to see what that bill is going to look like. Practically speaking, aren't you out of time here? Insurance companies have set these premiums in place. That's how they're already in the mail for people to open and see on Saturday.
And here's the thing, though, is like, thank you. I'm glad she said this, because she's like, well, you're trying to say people are going to see how their healthcare premium is going to rise. Well, bro, you know those healthcare premiums include Obamacare healthcare subsidies? They include them. You want to know why? Because those subsidies don't expire until December 31st. So if they're coming out in, next month, then guess what? They're going to include the Obamacare healthcare subsidies, and it's just going to show that I was right. That even with the Obamacare healthcare subsidies, at least healthcare premiums are going to go up by 18%, 30% at most. That's just what we're dealing with right now.
What becomes the strategy after November 1st if this shutdown it lasts that long?
Well, listen, we want to reopen the government, and we need to stand by our hardworking federal employees who are doing all that they can to make sure that taxpayer dollars are spent effectively and efficiently, even under the most adverse circumstances. Remember, in terms of federal employees, the Trump administration has fired or dismissed more than 200,000 civil servants prior to them shutting the government down on October 1st. We want to reopen the government. Now, in terms of health care, part of the reality is that tens of millions of people are already receiving notices in October that their premiums are about to skyrocket because of the Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care.
No, that's not because of the Republicans' refusal to extend the affordable health care subsidies. It's not, because those prices already include the Obamacare health care subsidies, already included, because they don't end until December 31st. So they're already included. It already shows that these healthcare premiums are going to rise regardless if y'all had them or not. I mean, it just goes to show this is not about healthcare subsidies or healthcare premiums. This was all about 1.5 trillion in spending. But they know they can't really sell that too easy to the American people, because they were the same ones crying about spending during the big beautiful bill.
Right, tax rate. And by the way, they have had the opportunity, both House Republicans and Senate Republicans, repeatedly throughout the year to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, and they've consistently voted against it. That's why we need action, not simply words, a wing and a prayer promise from people who have tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act more than 70 different times since 2010.
But aren't the premiums already locked in here, or are you saying Republicans are right when you can make up for it at the end of the year with the tax credit?
The premiums are not locked in terms of the reality that if we can act legislatively and act now, we can extend the open enrollment period. We can push it back, and we can intervene as a Congress in order to actually protect the affordability of health insurance for tens of millions of people.
Bro, the affordability of healthcare is already cooked. That's the problem. Like, it's cooked. There's nothing else we could do for it but reform. We have the reform of the Affordable Health Care Act. There is no other way to get this done to make healthcare more affordable. The Dems trying to dump billions of dollars into a failing system is only going to screw the American people over. I mean, doesn't it go to show that the Obama healthcare subsidies, the whole Obamacare system failed off the fact that even with the subsidies, healthcare is still going up by 18 to 30%. Still. I mean, yes, we do need reform in healthcare, but you guys trying to call it a healthcare crisis, saying that, oh, millions of people are about to get kicked off. Come on, that's a complete lie. Healthcare inefficiency. I mean, healthcare expense problem. Sure, but healthcare crisis, no.
All right, Leader, stay with us. I have to take a quick commercial break. Welcome back to Face the Nation. We return now to our conversation with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, I want to ask you about...
Oh, yeah, appreciate to the guys who just subbed. Appreciate you guys.
Some other matters as well. In New York City, city of more than 8 million people, there's about to be an election of a new mayor. You waited until this Friday, the day before early voting began, to endorse the Democratic Socialist candidate Zoran Mamdani.
Actually, I've been looking up healthcare recipients month over month, and I'm mainly looking at the Medicaid and Medicare. If you got a private insurer or you got work insurer, I'm not really, looking at you guys. I've been looking at, the recipients for Medicaid and Medicare, and it stayed about the same. There's only been like a $1 to $2 million deduction over the past 4 years. 4 years. So as of currently, right now, we still got 70 million people on Medicaid. So you guys trying to say that there's some, like I said, oh, these guys are about to start getting kicked off. There's be millions of people kicked off Medicaid. Well, that's wrong, because guess what? There's still 70 million people on Medicaid. Now, if at the end of the year we're at 65 or 60 million, then okay, I'll hear you guys out. But until then, you guys lied about millions of people getting kicked off Medicaid. Y'all definitely did.
Why did you wait so long?
As I indicated, last several weeks, we've been immersed in the intensity around the government shutdown and the run up to that in advance of September 30th and the expiration of the fiscal year. But I support the Democratic nominee, as I indicated, and we're in alignment in terms of the issue related to affordability and the need to address it.
I mean, shoot, y'all can show me the letter, but the letter's only going to prove my point. And shout out to this lady. She said it as well. Like, those letters already include the subsidies in there, because if you didn't already know that those subsidies don't expire until the end of the year, December 31st. So that paper that you got in the mail explaining how your healthcare premium is going up, sadly, it was already going to go up with or without it. Now, without it, it was going to triple. But with it, it's only going to go about 18 to 30%. So regardless, your healthcare premiums were going to go up. And it had nothing to do with Obamacare healthcare subsidies, because guess what? The paper that you got right there in your hand already includes it.
Decisively for the city of New York, and of course, affordability is an issue for people all across the country. From a public safety standpoint, I supported the notion that he would retain Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch to continue to lead the NYPD forward. That's incredibly important from a public safety standpoint for every community, including as a high priority, the safety and security of the Jewish community. And in terms of the moment that we find ourselves in, Donald Trump represents an existential threat to the city of New York and beyond, because of the extreme assault that has taken place throughout this year on the economy, on healthcare, on farmers, on veterans, on law-abiding immigrant communities, on due process, on the rule of law, and of course on the American way of life itself. And we all, as Americans, are going to have to be aligned in pushing back so we can end this national nightmare that Donald Trump has visited upon the American people.
Well, you still waited until Friday, and the election's upon us, but you're leaving room in your answer there for understanding that you.
I'm sorry, no. I'm talking about the letter says that vets and kids get kicked off of insurance. It's like vets and kids. I mean, what Trump deranged Reddit feed were you on to get that off of?
You don't agree with the candidate on some other issues, though you agree with him on affordability. Since Democrats are running for re-election in the midterm races, you want to retake the House. Would you recommend they mimic some of Mamdani's messages as a progressive model for the party?
No, what we've said from the very beginning is that we have to decisively address the affordability crisis that Donald Trump and Republican policies have made worse in the United States of America. We need to lower the high cost of living. We need to fix our broken healthcare system.
So no.
And we need to, of course,
fix the broken healthcare system will require you to make reforms, not make things permanent that are failing the American people. I mean, you provide subsidies, but healthcare costs are still going up. Healthcare premiums still go up. Isn't that signs of a failing system, my friend? If it's about affordability, and we're already giving subsidies out, and bro, prices are still going to rise for those people. Yeah, we need to figure something else out, G. Something else got to get done. Maybe we need to reallocate some funds. I don't know. Maybe we need to dump some funds. But in my opinion, we need to reallocate because we can't afford to spend more. And besides, the more money we print, the more inflation goes up. It is what it is. So we got to figure this out with reallocating money, not just printing money.
Corruption in the United States of America. No, what we're going to mimic is our own views as it relates to the need to make life more affordable here in America. When you work hard and play by the rules in this country, you should be able to live a comfortable life, live the good life, good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. But far too many people are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck and can barely get by. That's unacceptable in the wealthiest country in the history of the world.
I want to ask you about something you said. You said Democrats, there are no election deniers on our side of the aisle. You said that back in January. But recently, you've been using the term rigged elections in reference to the upcoming midterms. Democrats were appalled when President Trump used language like that. How do you justify using that now? Doesn't that...
I mean, that's been the language that the Dems been using ever since the election. I've been hearing certain Dems try to say, oh, Trump rigged the election against Kamala. There's no way Trump beat Kamala. There's just no possible way. And they're trying to say that, yes, they're literally trying to say Trump rigged the election. And now heading into midterms, the Dems are already trying to set up the position of the election being rigged because they already shot all their chances. It's like, you guys are not looking good for midterms right now. You've spent all this time complaining about Trump without thinking of no reforms. So you guys might have broke the curse. I mean, the Republicans might stay in power. I mean, and that's your fault because y'all spent too much time trying to throw rocks at Trump instead of trying to formulate a real plan.
Undermine faith for voters, you need to show up.
No, I've been using that term in the context of Donald Trump's unprecedented effort to gerrymander congressional maps in a partisan fashion.
And you know what's so crazy? This whole government shutdown got all of left-wing media turning against the Dems. Like Hakeem Jeffries has been going all over the place, pretty much getting hard pushback. Because even mainstream media, even the left wing, the base, is saying, bro, just open it back up the government. We'll sit here and eviscerate you guys like if you were on Fox or something, but can you just open back up the government because you're not having a strong case right now? I mean, bro, when you got Face the Nation pretty much telling you, yo, you're wrong. I mean, Dems, you're in a bad spot. You're in a really bad spot.
There are no election deniers on our side of the aisle. You said that back in January. But recently, you've been using the term rigged elections in reference to the upcoming midterms. Democrats were appalled when President Trump used language like that. How do you justify using that now? Doesn't that undermine faith for voters? You need to show up.
No, I've been using that term in the context of Donald Trump's unprecedented effort to gerrymander congressional maps in a partisan fashion all across the country.
I mean, like what you guys did all across the country? There's a plenty of gerrymandered maps in blue states that have, I mean, giving y'all plenty of seats. So, yeah, I mean, you can't sit there and get mad for what you guys have done for years. And then when the Republicans want to pick up and start doing it, now you guys want to call it a problem. Sorry, but we're just not hearing that. It's just not like, really going through for us. It doesn't hit us emotionally the same way it's supposed to. I don't know why. Maybe it's because you guys, did the same thing for years, and now you're expecting us to hold our side accountable. Now, look, I don't like gerrymandering either, but I'm not going to go ahead and limit my side just because, it's, I would say, a bit unethical. But here's the thing. It was a bit unethical while y'all was doing it too. And y'all said nothing. But now the Republicans want to do it. Now it's a problem. I'm sorry, but I always do say, hey, if you shut the fuck up then, you can shut the fuck up now.
In order to rig the midterm elections and deny the ability of the American people to actually decide who should be in the majority as it relates to the House of Representatives.
Democrats are also going through gerrymandering.
Thank you.
And redistricting.
Let's
go.
Well,
Democrats are going to.
Hey, nah, she on one today. Hey, she doing her job, man. She has to give him pushback. What? Is this Face the Nation? You sure? Did Face the Nation become Fox News? If Fox News about to buy Face the Nation, this can't be it, because she done gave this man pushback the entire way through. Shout out to her.
Push back aggressively to make sure that we have fair maps across the country, not partisan gerrymandering, which Republicans have initiated in state after state after state.
Leader Jeffries, thank you for your time.
All right, now let's go over to one of Trump's officials by Scott Bessent. He just came out on ABC about an hour ago.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who is traveling with the president in Malaysia. And Mr. Secretary, we know you have been meeting with the Chinese Vice Premier. President Trump will have a meeting with President Xi later this week. We have read this morning that you said there is a very successful framework in place. Now, tell us about that, please.
Thank you, Martha. Good to be with you. So this was the 5th meeting that I've had with my Chinese counterpart, the Vice Premier, Hu Lifeng, and we covered a wide range of issues, and I think we've reached a substantial framework for the two leaders who will meet in Korea next Thursday. So, on the table, the president had given me maximum leverage when he threatened 100% tariffs if the Chinese imposed their rare earth global export controls. So I think we have averted that, so that the tariffs will be averted. And we have a regular quarterly meeting with the Chinese. It was scheduled for November 10th or before November 10th. I don't think we will have to have that. So we have been rolling the tariffs quarterly. So we agreed on that. We also agreed on substantial agriculture purchases for U.S. farmers. We agreed that the Chinese would begin to help us with the precursor chemicals for this terrible fentanyl epidemic that's ravaging our country. So I would say that it was a very good meeting overall.
And of course, it's up to President Trump. But what kind of concessions were made, especially?
So pretty much Scott Bessent met with the Chinese economic officials and came up with a framework that Xi and Trump are going to look over and see if it's fair and see if this is something that they can agree to. Now, hopefully they come to an agreement and China can, honestly, no, let's see if China can actually play fair. Because like I said, we can come to an agreement with China, and then a year or two later, we find out that they're operating duplicitously behind our back. They're making some trade deals behind our back. They're sending a product somewhere else behind our back to avoid tariffs. You never know what China might do. So that's why, I don't know. I don't have too much trust in China. Like, one of the places I really do want regime change in, like, bro, not Iran, not Venezuela, but China, because the CCP cannot be trusted when it comes to trade. They always act in duplicitous ways, and they always try to go behind your back to get the upper hand on you. They try to get other countries to get try to use other countries to get the upper hand on you. So, yeah, I don't know. I just can't trust them until the whole CCP is out of office. All of them. And if you're in China, well, you might want to turn me off right now, because I'm about to say is that y'all need to overthrow the CCP, man. I mean, y'all need to go ahead and start sticking up for yourselves. Y'all be under communist rule for the rest of y'all lives. And only let the billionaires in the tech industry win. I'm going to tell you this right now. I mean, you think it's bad over here with America? Y'all need to go over there in China and see how bad these tech billionaires get off. Boy, yeah, y'all be crying about over here, about the wealthy over here. Go to China and see how bad it is, because it's way worse in China.
On these rare earth minerals?
I'm not sure what you meant. Is they had threatened to put a global export licensing regime, and I believe that they are going to delay that for a year while they re-examine it.
Yep. They're pretty much going to try to control anybody who uses at least 0.01% of Chinese rare earth refining technology. Just like bro, you could have had just one screw, like the entire machine made from somewhere else, but you got like 5 screws in there made from China. China now gets control on how much rare earth minerals you can send over to the U.S. And this is all a ploy to get the countries to pretty much jump U.S., limit the supply of rare earth minerals, therefore limiting the products we can make with those rare earth minerals, thus driving up the prices of those products. And I mean, we're talking about multiple products across the board. So yeah, it was a plan to destroy our economy. And luckily, these countries snitched, turned the letter over to Trump. Trump saw it and said, okay, if that's China, that's how you want to play, 100% tariff. Started November 1st. Good strategy.
This will be the first.
No, I'm really, honestly, I was impressed that China even tried it. I was like, you know what? If that had popped off, if you'd have got it off, that'd have worked. But thank God we got some countries that are actually on our side.
Time that President Trump has met President Xi. He says they have a very good relation, but we've also seen him say that about President Putin, and it didn't go so well. Why are you confident this will go better?
Well, this isn't the first time they met. This is the first time they met in his second term. And I think the purpose of the meeting for the past 2 days between myself and the vice premier was to make sure that they have a successful meeting. And based on this substantial framework from the past 2 days, I think that this could be the fantastic meeting between the two leaders. And they do have a very good relationship. It's based on mutual respect. We're the two largest economies and the two most powerful countries in the world. I've been in the Oval when the president is on phone calls with President Xi, and they show each other great respect. They iron out their differences, but I think that we have managed to pre-game a lot of that in advance here in Kuala Lumpur. And of course, the meeting on Thursday will be at the APEC summit in Korea.
I did mean the second term. I know they have met before. The president has also said he does want our farmers to be taken care of. You did mention that China has been boycotting American soybeans, and American farmers have really suffered. Do you see a real light at the end of the tunnel there? They may allow soybeans again?
Well, Martha, in case you don't know it, I'm actually a soybean farmer, so I have felt this pain too. And there are a couple of things happening here. One, the Chinese have substantially dropped their purchases to almost zero. So they unfortunately have been using American farmers who are amongst President Trump's biggest supporters. I think he had more than 90% support. And then this was one of the biggest crops in 20 or 30 years, so it was a perfect storm. But I think we have addressed the farmers' concerns, and I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but I believe when the announcement of the deal with China is made public, that our soybean farmers will feel very good about what's going on, both for this season and the coming seasons for several years.
And what more can you tell us about the additional 10%?
All right, so the framework of the Chinese deal definitely includes soybean purchases from China. And of course, the China's been, redirecting their purchasing of soybean over to Argentina because, well, of the trade war. They're pretty disgruntled about the 30% that we still got on them. And of course, the 55% on their steel and aluminum, and how we've also inspired other countries to take action against their steel and aluminum. I mean, EU by giving these guys 25% tariffs on their steel and aluminum, and so has the UK. So those are already two of their major buyers that will be reducing their imports of China steel. Watered down China steel.
Tariff on Canadian goods. Does it apply to goods that fall under the USMCA?
Martha, I've been over here in Asia while all that went on, so I can't give you any specifics on that.
And today is day 26. I know you have been over there, but there has been a government shutdown here People are suffering. Federal employees are starting to go to food banks. Any light at the end of the tunnel on that? Should the president be meeting with Democrats again?
Well, what good does it do, Martha? They've dug in. The American people are hostage to Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries' poll numbers, because what's changed between now and the last time there was a clean continuing resolution is Chuck Schumer has tanked in the polls. Both of the two guys from Brooklyn, like I call them, are worried about being primary from the left. 52 Republican senators have voted 11 times to reopen the government. 3 brave, moderate Democrats have come across the aisle. So, I call on moderate Democratic senators to end this craziness. You'll be heroes. Because, Martha, what I can tell you is we managed to find the money in the middle of October to pay our brave service members. And I think we'll be able to do it on November 1st. But we're going to be out of money on November 15th. And, for our military not to get paid is a disgrace. The other thing that's happening is this is starting to eat into the economy, starting to slow the economy, and we're also starting to see there's a problem with air traffic control, so it's starting to slow down our nation's travel.
But Secretary Bessent, I should add that the president's party, your party, controls the White House and both chambers of Congress. You don't.
Whoa. We don't have full control to it. We don't need a single Democrat vote. We have majority rule. So I always like to say, I hate when they try to say, but you guys have control of the House and the Senate. No, we have majority rule, okay? Doesn't mean we have full control to where we don't need your vote. We're not bickering amongst each other like it was in the big, beautiful bill where it was Republicans even fighting with each other. No, we're literally also got to include you guys in there as well. I mean, if we think about it, if what you said is true, we got control, then why are we even talking to Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer? What would be the point of this whole debate? Exactly. So you guys bringing up, oh, well, you guys have majority rule. Yeah, you're right. We do. But guess what? That means we still need at least a couple of you guys to get in on this, at least a couple of you guys to sign. And then if we go ahead and break the filibuster, you're going to say that we're authoritarian and we don't want to follow due process, or we don't want to follow how things are usually ran. So we're trying to avoid that as well, because that's just running into a political shit show, or I'm going to be real with you. Well, what was the word? Yeah, I would just say a political shit show, because it's not going to look good if we just steamroll the Dems and the Republicans force their way on the CR bill. They're going to say, oh, it's a threat to democracy. They don't want to debate. They just want to take over. And we're trying to avoid that. But it kind of seems like y'all trying to push the Republicans towards it. And if they do it, I low-key don't want to hear no complaints, because let's be real, that's what y'all want them to do, so you guys can complain.
Think you bear any responsibility for this?
Margaret, what can we do? What can we do for this desperate act that we can call on them to change their minds? Because I can tell you, the 1.5 trillion in spending that they're calling for, that's not on the table. We inherited a mess. We inherited the worst budget deficit to GDP when we weren't in a recession and we weren't at war. It was 6.4, 6.5%. We've managed to bring that down to 5.9%.
No, I'm going to say this. A lot of people want to say that, oh, well, why do you guys always blame Biden when Trump is now in office? And I'm going to be real with you. One of the things I will always hang Biden up on is the unwise decision to continue reckless spending. Trump spending during COVID was already bad, and that was going to inflation was going to hit. It was going to hit us, but it wasn't going to be that bad. It wasn't going to be that bad at all. But when Biden kept adding more, like, think about it like this. You just seen another president add a whole bunch of money to the money supply, and that's going to cause inflation. Then and that's because we're in COVID and all that good stuff. Trump has a good excuse. Biden, he had no good excuse to continue that reckless ass spending of trillions upon trillions of dollars. And that only added to the inflation. That's all he did, was add more money to the monetary market, and it damn near crashed the dollar. Well, crashed the dollar and skyrocketed inflation. So this is one thing we can always blame Biden for. That his reckless judgment in increasing spending, knowing damn well Trump already did a whole bunch of spending in his last term. You would think a wise leader would be like, you know what, guys, like we can't really afford to spend more without making the American people pay for it later on. That's all they had to say. They just had to keep it real.
6.4, 6.5%. We've managed to bring that down to 5.9%, and we're not going to let them be irresponsible with the budget again.
Honestly, I would say this. When inflation would have started happening under Biden, if Biden didn't do no spending, no crazy bills of trillions of dollars, then we could have blamed inflation on Trump, and it would have been mild inflation. It would have been nothing serious. It would have probably been maybe like a 3%, and we're not looking at 4 or 5, all the way up to 9% inflation. Like, it wouldn't have been that bad. But adding Biden spending on top of it after knowing what the previous administration did is very poor leadership. So, yeah, if Biden didn't add on top of Trump spending and inflation happened, we could have sat there and all blamed Trump, and it all been like it'd have been a real argument. It'd have been like, you're right. If Biden did not do any more spending, Trump did, inflation happened. But Trump did some big spending due to an emergency that was going on around the world. Biden damn near coming out of it and still doing COVID level spending still. And that skyrocketed inflation. So we're still suffering the consequences from Biden's added on reckless spending.
Okay, thanks for joining us this morning, Secretary Bessent. We appreciate it. Good luck over there.
And that's what the Dems really don't ever want to like get down with, because when you explain it to them, you're just like, yes, you are right. I mean, he didn't make the right decisions at the right time. He was opposed to hold off on spending, but instead he wanted to pump money all over to these social programs and all that good stuff. And you know what? Some of it did help at first. I mean, what did he do? He bring down child homelessness within the first 2 years, and then it skyrocketed right back up once the inflation hit for all the money he pumped in. I mean, did it really help for real? Like I said, it's like you can't sit there and not blame Biden because he made a very stupid decision. Like, I'm just saying, like, why add more to the money supply? Like, why? Like, that was obviously a dumb idea. People told him not to do it, and he did it anyway. And then y'all want to sit, and then now that Trump is low-key slowed down inflation, not reversed it, but slowed it down, you guys want to sit here and cry. I just don't get it. It's like crazy. But hey, it's a tough problem to solve. But all right, guys, let's go around the world with the news. We're going to start over here with Putin. Putin says Russia has successfully carried out a test of nuclear-powered cruise missiles. So yes, this right here is what I like to call, yep, an oh shit moment.
A Russian airstrike has killed at least 3 people in the Ukrainian capital. The attack hit 2 high-rise buildings in Kyiv in the early hours of Sunday. Kyiv has accused Moscow of trying to cause a humanitarian catastrophe as the cold weather sets in, but Russia says it's responding to Ukrainian drone attacks on its capital. Meanwhile, President Vladimir Putin has visited a military outpost, saying Russia has successfully carried out a test of a nuclear-powered cruise missile. Putin was also given a detailed report by the army chief about the situation on the ground in Ukraine.
Look like Putin's looking for that, nuclear power cruise missiles. Yep, it's looking like he's looking for that. What I tell you? Did I not tell you that this might get nuclear? Did I not say this? I hope I'm wrong, man. I hope I'm truly wrong, because I hope that a nuke is not dropped on Ukraine. And I hope that I'm also wrong on the fact that I said, hey, yeah, and if they drop a nuke on Ukraine, watch everybody shut the F up about it, not do a damn thing, but sit there and cry about how bad Russia is. Like that's going to do anything. But hopefully I'm wrong, right?
First of all, to minimize unnecessary human casualties, I'm asking to take all necessary measures to enable the surrender of Ukrainian troops, those who want to surrender. We have to treat prisoners of war in accordance with international law as well as Russian law. Russia's army has historically always been merciful towards a defeated enemy.
All right, let's go to Dmitry Medvedenko, who joins us live from Moscow. Dmitry, tell us more on what Putin has been saying exactly.
Well, Sarah, there are 2 main highlights. First of all, he was lauding the successes of the Russian army in Pokrovsk and in Kupiansk. He was saying, as you've heard just now, that basically there is a situation where Ukrainian troops are near surrender and Russia should enable that. So he's been saying that Russian forces have encircled those two cities. If you look at maps provided by the Institute for the Study of War, which is usually a reliable think tank to assess the situation on the front lines, you will see that both Pokrovsk and Kupiansk are around 50-60% controlled by Russian forces. But while Putin is presenting the situation as basically near victory, the Institute for the Study of War in its daily report today has said that indeed Russian forces are making advances in both directions, but Ukrainian forces are doing so as well, and there's no impending defeat of Ukrainian forces in Pokrovsk. So we have that, a disagreement of military analysts and the assessment of the Russian command. And then Putin also boasted the results of nuclear tests. Several days ago, we've seen him sit down and ordering the beginning of the test of nuclear readiness of Russian forces. And he has said that Russia has completed the test firing of a new generation of missiles called the Burevestnik, which is a winged, non-distance limited missile, which is capable of carrying a nuclear warhead and is using a nuclear-powered engine. And Valery Gerasimov, his chief of staff, said that during the test fire, this missile traveled 14,000 kilometers and spent 15 hours in the air. So there's also this kind of nuclear saber rattling.
Right, and Dmitry, of course, this all comes while Russia's envoy Kirill Dmitriev is in the US. So what sort of message is that sending, do you think?
Well, what message it sent to me is that these guys are trying to win the war no matter what. It don't matter. I mean, damn a collapsed economy. I mean, they will nuke Ukraine if it gets like that. So maybe Ukraine, guys do need to give up. Like, bro, they're testing out nukes, guys. At this point, we can just call it a day, okay? We can call it a war. It's over. It's match. Match set is done. They're testing out nukes. If we play anymore, we're going to end up getting Ukraine nuked. I'll be so honest with you guys. It's not looking good. In my honest speculation, this is just like, oof. It's looking like we're kind of playing around a little too much with these guys. When you're testing out nukes, and I know, like, this could just be a threat or a show of force. And you're right. But I don't know, man. I just go back to this meme every time.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
And do we really want to find out? Do we?
Well, it doesn't look like this can be considered a coincidence that while Kirill Dmitriev, who's the economic and investment envoy, is trying to, put his foot in the door and make sure that it's still open and diplomacy between Moscow and Washington, you have 2 out of 3 of Russia's top military commanders boasting territorial gains and at the same time talking about their new nuclear weapons. So it looks like the message from Moscow is that with Trump or without Trump's support on the diplomatic arena, Russia is still having the upper hand on the front lines. It's making slow but incremental gains in Ukraine. Also, it's quite important to remember that all of these cities take a very long time to change hands on control maps. Because, for example, the city of Chasiv Yar, Russia announced in early 2024 that it's taken control of it. That's a similar in size city to Kupiansk. And it fully took control of the city more than a year later.
All right. Thank you very much for that update. From Moscow, Dmitry Medvedenko there.
Well, all right. Well, you've been warned already. Now, this is not a definite that Russia's just going to start sending nukes over there. But, hey, at least you heard it. Because they're already testing it. They're already testing, cruise missiles with nuclear capability, with nuclear destruction attached. Yeah, we might just want to tell Ukraine just to call it a day on this one. Like, all right, guys, we had a good shot. We didn't think Putin's going to start pulling out nukes, so let's just go ahead and quell it down. I mean, we thought we could squeeze the economy, but then this man wants to start playing with nukes. So do we really want to F around and find out, guys? Is it that necessary? All right, though, let's get on to A-Sean, and A-Sean at a glance.
The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, is one of the world's most important regional blocs.
Call it A-Sean.
Its 10 member states are home to more than 670 million people. They form one of the world's largest workforces and generate a combined economy of nearly $4 trillion. China is one of ASEAN's largest trading partner, with trade topping nearly $1 trillion a year. It's also a major investor, building ports, railways, and power plants through its Belt and Road Initiative. When the U.S. imposed tariffs on China, many firms shifted.
You think that, bro? Who's going to obliterate Moscow? Who's going to obliterate Moscow over Ukraine? Who? Name one. Name one country that's willing to risk it over Ukraine. That's what you got to really think about. And they're not a NATO. They're not a NATO. So it wouldn't even be really like Article 5 or anything like that. Article 4 or 5. At this point, who's going to do it? Name one country that's going to nuke Ukraine. That's going to nuke Moscow over Ukraine and get into war like that. That's what I said. I predicted this already. If Russia was to nuke Ukraine, watch everybody just sit there and just try to call these guys the most evil monsters in the world, but do nothing about it. Nothing about it. I mean, they just nuked somebody. Who want to fuck around and find out after that? We didn't even think if they even go to that lever, I'm be real with you, which I don't want them to do, and I kind of doubt it. But since they're already testing it, you know, the odds have now went up in my head. It's like, all right, well, it was 30, now it's 60. And now we're at 60-40. 60 that's going to happen, 40 that it don't. And if it does happen, every country is going to sit there and just fold their hands and just wag their fingers at Russia like, you shouldn't have did that. You shouldn't have done it. But nobody's going to attack Moscow. I mean, come on now. Obliterate Moscow? Bruh. I wish we had it like that.
Production to Southeast Asia to avoid them. But Washington saw this as a loophole and retaliated with tariffs on a wide range of ASEAN exports. The bloc failed to respond collectively, and each member was left to negotiate on its own, weakening their leverage and exposing the limits of ASEAN's influence. And
it was kind of Ukraine's fault. I mean, if Ukraine was never trying to be into NATO, then they'd have never, well, I would say this. It had taken off one of the reasons why Russia invaded. I would say that. I'm not going to say it was the only reason Russia invaded, but let's be real. It had took away one of their main reasons for invasion is Ukraine joining NATO. And if you're saying, well, why can't Ukraine join NATO? They're a free country. Well, you're right. But when you put a military alliance on somebody's border, then, or a superpower's border, they're going to react. It's just what they do.
Long-standing policy of non-interference was meant to preserve harmony, but many say it often prevents bold collective action. And no case highlights this better than Myanmar. Since the military seized power in a coup in 2021, the bloc has been deeply divided on how to respond. Efforts to broker peace have stalled. The junta has ignored ASEAN's peace plan, and the conflict continues across the country.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news,
expert
insight.
Y'all say, oh, they just wanted the land set. Come on. I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that if Ukraine never wanted to go into NATO, then Putin wouldn't have had a reason to invade. And then we could have called it that. But since they did, and since Putin warned these guys and warned us multiple times, and we kind of just ignored it, here we are. So, yeah, I do blame the EU and NATO. Well, really the UN, United Nations and NATO. I blame them, those two, really. It's really those two's fault. And I don't know why they didn't talk Ukraine out of it. Like, they could have just been neutral. That's all we want. That's all really Putin wanted, was Ukraine to remain neutral. But, hey, man, we did our little coup in about, what was it, 2014 or so. Got in an anti-Russian guy who wants to be NATO's puppet. And now here we are. I mean, look, this is what happens when we mess with governments and we use the CIA to, well, overthrow governments we don't like, or overthrow people we don't like, or get them to run out of the country. It just happens that way. But all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and close it down on this one. I'll be back later on tonight for another show. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. I'm going to go ahead and close it out with the jazz. All right, guys, it's S.E.T Media. Make sure you guys double tap the screen and subscribe to the channel, and make sure to hit that bell. Appreciate the support, by the way. I'm going to go ahead and head out on this one. You guys stay safe out there and have a good day. This is S.E.T Media. Peace.